Hey, welcome to this video. And in this video, we are going to read line by line, word by word of all the release notes of Unity from 2017 to 2020. So there are over 100 versions of Unity released after Unity 2017, and we will read all the release notes, all the API improvements, all the points in that release notes line by line. So yeah, let's begin. But why we are doing it? Because we will stay up to date with Unity. We will know what are the new features out there in Unity, what are the API changes, and more importantly, we will stay up to date with Unity and we can learn a lot of things by reading the documentation and fee release notes. So yeah, let's begin. Hey guys, hey. So in this video, we are going through one of the most overlooked area of Unity 3D, and that is Unity release notes. Hey guys, hey, in this video we are going through one of the most overlooked areas of Unity 3D, and that is Unity release notes. So in this video I am going through Unity release notes from 2017. So let's open it up and I will read all the points mentioned in each of the release notes. So if you don't know what release notes are, then basically they are release notes. So it defines all the points, whatever fixes, whatever changes they brought for that particular version and later versions. So yeah, let's go through 2017, 19, 18, 17. So 2017 is the first version after Unity 5. They shift to 2017, 2018, 2019 year-based version. So let's begin from 2017.1. So supports and install. Okay, release notes 2017 10 F3 release notes full different from F2 at end. Known issues audio. On Windows, audio source attached to video player produces choppy sound when game iterations are overrunning. Will be fixed in future release. GI. Lead clustering debug visualization does not show to be fixed in patch. XR rendering problems on Pixel Daydream when using 4X and 8X MSA with single pass stereo. This is due to the driver issue, so the problem will be addressed via a driver update independently from Unity releases. So features 2D added sprite physics shape to sprite editor to allow users to set custom default shape for a sprite for generating collider shape with polygon collider 2D. So they added the polygon shape so we can create a custom shapes for 2D. Then 2D introduce the sprite atlas, a new asset that will be supplement the sprite packer. With it comes new improved workflow that gives the developer more control on how to pack the sprites. Okay, so let's add this to the notes. 2D sprite mask sprites in world space using the new sprite mask component. Cool. Animation manual keyframing workflow, separating recording and preview modes in the animation window. Contextual menus added to all animatable properties in the inspector. Animation new game object recorder in Unity experimental animations. Okay, so they also added the record here. I didn't knew about this. Cool. So we can record the animations. Nice. Audio added support for ambisonic audio clips and ambisonic decoder plugin. Timeline editor audio track support. Audio clips are now enabled in timeline using a scheduling API. Build pipeline. The asset bundle browser comes out of the beta with Unity 20.1. This tool enables the users to view and edit the configuration asset bundles for their Unity project. It intends to replace the current workflow of selecting asset and setting their asset bundle manually in the inspector. Okay, nice. So bundle details, bundle list will be on left side, asset list, asset details. Collab in progress. In progress allows developer using Unity Collab to see who else on their team has made local changes to a scene or prefab before those changes have been published. Okay, this is nice feature. Editor added new arc handle class in Unity IMGUI controls to interactive edit arcs in the scene view. Nice. Editor experimental feature retained mode UI system for editor UI elements. GI added support for baked LODs in progressive light mapper. Nice. So added support for baked LOC. Cool. Support for double-sided materials in progressive light mapper added a new material setting that causes lightning to interact with back faces. When enabled, both sides of the geometry get accounted for when calculating global illuminati. Backfaces do not count as invalid when seen from the other objects. Backface rendering is not controlled by this setting, nor will backfaces be represented in the light maps. Backfaces bounce lights using the same emission and albedo as front faces. Graphics added custom renderer texture asset. A custom renderer texture is a new type of render texture that can easily be updated with a shader. It provides user interface and a scripting framework. Nice, okay. Graphics added line utility class and line renderer dot simplify function. Optimize your lines and curves by using line utility to create a simplified version with a simpler shape. Graphics added partial update read back of compute buffers graphics. The latest version of post processing stack is available in beta. This new version offers improved effects and complete framework for custom effects. It also comes with volume based blending features so you can define the areas in scene and set up specific look when player enters them. Unity will automatically blend between the volumes to allow smooth look transition. Final release is expected this real version. Okay, let's see if they have released that. Okay, so it's live here. We can look at it later. Graphics, updated splash screen logo and style. IMGUI, added search field, a new IMGUI control. It comes with a normal and toolbar UI styles but can also be customized. Input, added new player setting property input manager for enabling backend of new input system preview feature. The front edge is supplied separately and is not included with the release. iOS. Enable deferred shading rendering path for Metal and OpenGL ES 3.0 with A8 and later iOS devices. Particles. Added support for using sprites in the particle system via texture sheet animation module. Okay. Particles added support for using sprites in the particle via texture sheet animation module. Nice. Particle apply noise module data to particle size and rotation and also send noise data to your shader via new custom vertex streams. Cool. Particles, new donut emission shape. Playables, playable assets added to playable API. Playable director added to play playable assets. Timeline editor and runtime API, a tool for sequencing animation scripts and audio. Scripting, experimental support for new scripting runtime. This includes Mono 4.8 and IL2 CPP with support for C Sharp and 4.6. Shaders added support for inline sampler states, HLSL sample state objects that aren't taking sampling state from any texture, like what sampler plus texture name sampler do, but where sampling state is instead derived from the name. For example, my linear clamp sampler set up bilinear filtering and clamp wrap mode while point repeat sampler sets up the point for filtering and repeat wrap mode. This allows example doing both PCF depth compression and reading raw depth value from shadow mask map in a single shader. Note that generally only modern graphics API support separate textures and samples. You might therefore want to specify Pragma target 3.5 or similar in your shader. Implement on DX11, 12, PS4, XB, Metal, Vulkan, not yet. Windows multi-display support for UWP changes. Asset import upgrade FBX SDK to 2016.1.2. Build pipeline added new functions which active build target async. This differs switching so that script can be imported first. Build pipeline event editor build script settings. Active build target change has been deprecated as events do not survive script reloading. Replace with interface class I active build target change and attribute active build target change. Editor 2017. Editor now supports needs a new version of license. Subscription key will be upgraded. 5.x keys will not be accepted by 2017 editor. Edit. Added new game object submenu. Game object slash effect. This menu includes line and trail creation. The particle system has also been moved to this menu. Editor added requirement for Visual C++ runtime 13 and 2015 to be installed when using Windows Editor. Asset server version control support has been removed from the editor. Moved particle system rigid body info message to top of the system as it does not just apply to inherit velocity. New projects now default to text-based serialization. Okay, so 2017 added text-based serialization by default. Particle trail material slot is now always visible even if it is not used. Render dock enabled for DX12 editor mode. Light mode, shadow mask and distance shadow mask modes are now quality settings and can be changed at runtime. Disable metal on Mac OS for stability reason if GL core is also present in API list. Universal Windows Platform DX11 feature level 9.3 GPU support is now required in practice. This probably does not affect anything as all the Windows Phone that existed support 9.3 level already. Universal Windows Platform removed support for building Windows 8 and Windows Phone 8.1 applications. Added OpenVR to default PC VR SDK list. The default behavior is to try initializing Oculus first, followed by OpenVR if Oculus device isn't detected. VR. GPU scaling can be enabled for Android VR. This is experimental and behavior and performance should be verified on target devices. VR updated Google NDK for Android and iOS to 1.4. Windows visible in background player setting now defaults to on. Rename Windows Store to Universal Windows Platform. Improvements. Added and add default equals hash code and toString implementation to Android Java proxy. APK files are now signed using new APK signature scheme version 2.0. OBB compatibility is now done using build ID rather than hash of OBB file. State machine behavior can now be debugged in the play mode in the editor. Added ability to import visibility from FBX files to model importer. Added the option of computing weighted normals when importing FBX files. Fixed normal generation for hard edges. Changing tabs in the model importer inspector does not force user to apply any changes. Reduce the import file time for FBX asset with humanoid animations. Support segment scale compensated for model export from Maya. Enable asynchronous texture uploading from non-scene asset bundle on all platform. In batch mode, the failed asset import.txt is now ignored because there is no way to cancel or notify the user when the asset importer fails. Added delegates to build player window that allows overriding the default build button behavior. Scripts only builds is now available on all platforms. Unified assembly scripting code used for build pipeline scripts only build is now available on all platforms. That's interesting. Unified assembly striping mode code used for IL2CP and mono builds, which should result in more consistent behavior between IL2CPP and mono in a smaller build size for platforms supporting assembly striping on mono. Collab project browser filter includes all modify, all XY, all conflicts, all in progress. Collab right click menu option in the project browser include see difference, revert, conflict resolution. Okay, we can do that per object basis as well. Added call from and call to view in the hierarchy view of profile window. Added pre-drop style to particle system object fields so it highlights if something can be dropped. Added calls back for assembly reload events. Two events are dispatched, one before and one after reloading all the assemblies. See assembly reload events. Editor. Added profiler labels to all player loops stages. Editor defines in MCS .rspr added to C projects files generated for mono-developed Xamarin Studio, Visual Studio Code, and JetBrains Rider. DX12 editor is more responsive and little bit faster. Improvements to package export loading state. Log messages from connected players will now show in editor console for easier debugging. Mac OS show Visual Studio for Mac in external script editor list if installed via default application Visual Studio.app location. Editor. Mac OS support Visual Studio for Mac as an external script editor. Opens solution file when double clicking in a script editor. Scripts will be opened correctly in JetBrains Rider when selecting it as an external script editor. Simplify dragging code setup. Getting rid of the requirement of setting drag and drop object references equal to new Unity object came when using drag and drop set generic data. GI support for per object cast and receive shadows in the progressive light mapper. For cast shadows only on and off options are supported. Upgraded Enlighten SDK to version 3.0. Graphics added a batch break cause material disable instancing to frame debugger. Added a new surface shader option deter crossfade generating the screen door deterring effect code automatically for being used in the LED crossfade mode. Graphics added memory-less mode to render texture. Access to new property render texture memory-less mode. Graphics added a mirror and mirror one's texture wrapping modes in addition to existing repeat and clamp ones. Nice, okay. Added new default material for trails, default trail. Frame debugger is now capable of showing any array shader properties. Optimize conversion between float 32 and 16 image formats on editor for X2 and X4 performance improvement. Texture wrapping modes can be set separately on each UV axis. The default names for graphics quality levels has been changed to a little cleaner and more in line with what is common across other games. This will only affect newly created projects. Existing project will have the same quality level names as before, though as always you can edit the names via project and quality. Graphics. Unity can now accept and use pointer to an externally created cube map. Improved IL to CPP mode conversion time on OS X. Conversion times may improve as much as by 2x. Added support for watch apps and watch app extension in the Xcode extension API. Added touchscreen keyboard type social and touchscreen type dot search for iOS and Android Windows Phone Tizen's platform. Added App Store category field to player setting and improved info dot please generation. Added support for loading the first scene asynchronously when showing the splash screen. Recommended max working set size is now used to query VRAM size when available. Particles added edit mode for particle system collision modes. Particle align particles to their velocity direction. Particles allow emit over distance to be used for local space system particles. Allow users to disable use rigid body physics functionality. Edge emissions is now more flexible, allowing you to choose thickness and edge used for generating particles. Improved particle system culling mode support tooltip message. This now contains more details on why the culling mode is unsupported. It is now possible to animate both the minimum and max constant when using random between two constants. Mesh particle now supports the same render alignment options as billboard particles. Particles can now apply force to the colliders they hit. Ah, this is nice. Particles. Play particle system when your game is paused by choosing to use either scaled or unscaled time for simulation. That is cool one. Particles randomize the spawn position of particles with a new option of shape module. Okay, we gotta try this. Particles seen lightning can now affect lines and trails. The shape module now contains an additional transform for applying custom transformation to the emitter shape. Particles. The speed range of a particle system is now displayed in the scene view GUI when previewing a particle system. Physics added ability to manually simulate 2D physics using physics 2D.simulate time and turn auto simulation on and off with physics auto simulation. Okay, we can manually simulate 3D physics. Interesting. We gotta try this too. Expose physics.simulate and physics.auto simulation. This allows stepping the physical simulation manually from script, useful for customizing server-side physics in editor simulation and more. When setting rigid body 2D.simulated to false, the editor inspector shows information about its effect. Samsung TV. Unity web request is now supported on Samsung TV. Optimize game data build time for shaders with massive millions or billions of potential variant counts. Fix shader inspect pop-up menu to display variant larger than 2 billion property. Pass platform caps keyword defines to compute shaders. A system.infographics shader level now reports more accurate shader models than better match shader pragma target levels can now report values 25, 35, 45, 46. Shadows improved shadow culling for stable fit directional shadows, improved shadow filtering for directional and spotlights, added support for selecting multiple files in the assets import new asset dialog on all platforms. Mhm. Cool. Universal Windows Platform. Unity player binaries are now signed. We are updated on Oculus version 1.14 web. Also mentioned under API changes. Unity Web Request now has built-in support for downloading movie texture on platforms that do support it. A new helper class web request multimedia has been introduced for a simple download of movie texture or audio clip. Web request dot or get audio clip has been deprecated in favor of web request multimedia get audio. This is a good one. It, it is now allowed to override user agent header in Unity web request. API changes. Animation layer maxer playable scripting API added. Description fogbuzz ID. Asset import added model import dot extra user properties. Added model import visibility. Added method asset bundle dot get all loaded asset bundles. Asset bundle dot unload all asset bundles. Build pipeline added delegation to build player views that player window that allow overriding the default button behavior. Arc handle dot radius can now be negative. Primitive bounds handle and subclass constructions no longer require a control ID hint. Remove unnecessary arc handle constructor taking a control ID hint. Added new API for setting light fall off per light. Added API for setting all lights to use physically correct inverse squared of fall off or unity legacy fall off model only used for enlightening light map so far. Real time and progressive will be supported later. Added render texture descriptor struct that allows you to copy and create texture by passing a single value. iOS added API to change iOS splash screens. iOS status bar style black opaque. iOS status bar style black transparent are absolutely use iOS status bar style dot light content instead. Light modes added quality setting shadow mask mode. Added join 2D dot attach rigid body property to retrieve the rigid body 2D attached to the joint 2D. Expose joint dot mask scale and joint dot connected mask scale. This allows adjusting masses and interface tensors of the connected bodies as convince perceived by the solver. It's mostly useful for ragdolls that have high forces applied to their limbs and thus experiencing unpleasant stretchiness. This should also help avoiding setting the same mass for all the body parts of a ragdoll as recommended before. See more the API.
Playables. Change C# playable classes to structures. New and better approach for the API. It uses less memory as in line with the future job system. Remove properties in favor of getters and setters. Since we are using class extension that can't have properties, we decided only to use methods to have constant API. That is not properties there, methods here just because reasons. Rename script playable data to playable behavior, and playable behavior is the user side of the script playable. It is where the user inputs its logic. Documentation is in progress. Expect a better one in a few weeks. Playable. Moved playable out of experimental namespace. Playable's new method playable graph dot is playing. Rename playgraph dot connect parameter for clarity. Add serialization support for unsafe fixed size buffers. See serialize property get fixed buffer element add element at index docs for example code. Made GameObject.calculate bounds internal after it was accidentally made public in the 2017.1 beta cycle. This API is in the wrong place and will be removed entirely in the future release. Scripting rename to debug.logger to debug.unitylogger. You change is pause to is focus to better represent what it is only affect 2020. Web also mention under changes improvements. Unity web request now has built-in support for downloading movie texture. Okay, we read that a new Unity web request dot timeout property that gives user some coarse gain control over time a web request can be typed before Unity attempts to cancel it. Added timeout property to web request. Moved Unity web request dot get texture to Unity web request texture dot get texture. Fixes. A quad mesh will be generated when generating sprite from a blank texture. Add back add back POT option when texture importer for sprite. Fix register undo object as is not a scriptable object error message when editing sprite in the sprite editor window after entering and exit play mode. Fix null reference exception error when entering play mode with sprite window open. Fix occasional crash and when sprite rendered or size is set multiple times in single frame. Fix sprite UV not updated when data is copied via editor utility.copy serialize. Fix sprite renderer not rendering sprite in tile mode when mesh generation exceeds max vertex limit. A rephrasing warning message to include sprite generated in polygon mode and sprite renderer when tile mode is set. Add missing API for minimum region area when building NavMesh using runtime API. Fix for NavMesh sample position returning inconsistent position depending on slope and tessellation of the NavMesh. Fix internal limitation of slope maximum of 60 degrees when building NavMesh using runtime API. Fix issue where curving obstacles could create wrongly shaped holes on NavMesh instance of arbitrary rotation. Fixed issues where navmesh agent would sometimes jitter when moving over a navmesh that has been carved by an obstacle. Fix missing support for triangulating navmesh instances with arbitrary rotation. Fix occasional inconsistent carving near tile boundaries. Fix rare truncation of path making the navmesh agent oscillate instead of completing movement. Fix regression where navmesh agent and auto traverse off mesh link set to false would not move freely. Fix crash happening when wrap is called many times for a navmesh agent. Fix crash when playing non-existing webcam texture. Soft input disable suggestion when autocorrect is false to make the viewer consistent with iOS. Animator.rebind should reset animator controller for backward compatibility sake. Clarified documentation for transformation depth of field setting for humanoids. Display update. What is this? Clarified documentation on trans. I don't know what this is. Let's see. Translation setting mechanism. Humanoid still discards bone translation. Display update reference clip button for generic rec 2. Fixed key modified hotkey in the animation window that did not add keys to Euler angles and Euler Quaternion interpolation. Fixed a bug where animation clip labels connected after the first frame never played. Fixed adding state machines with invalid names. Fixed an issue where optimized game objects would cause invalid scale being applied on the same animation. What does this mean? Optimized game object. Okay. On the 3D model, we can select optimize mesh. There, that's issue. Cool. Fixed an issue when previewing animation with an exit time of 0 would prevent the previewer from showing. Fixed an issue where results were incorrect when the only layer of the state machine was set to additive. Fixed an issue where the re-imported mask transform list was populated even though definition was set to none. Fixed animation event remaining selected when clicking on dope sheet. Fixed animator being frozen when modifying controller when in play mode with disabled animator. Fixed audio source nested curve editor getting stuck with dragging keys. Fixed crash in animator layer mask mixer playable when initializing a mixer with non-connected input. Fixed crash when optimizing or optimize game object hierarchy containing nested skin mesh render hierarchies. Fixed crash when disabling game object in on state machine. Fixed crash when disabling game object on state machine exit. Fixed crash when moving state machine to substate machine. Fixed crash when previewing empty clicks. Fixed crash when saving while transition previewer is running. Fixed disable animator affecting scene object. Fixed error message when undoing key edits of standalone animation clip asset in animation window. Fixed game object selection loss issue in animation window. Fixed interrupted transition and write defaults. Fixed missing keyboard focus on animation window property field. Fixed out of sync linear tangent when editing a curve in the curve editor. Fixed performance issue with get layer width. Fixed selection box display issue in the animation event timeline of the animation window. Fixed standalone curve editor window association to its serialized property. Fixed transition previewer playheads getting a CDC. Performance optimization with complex blend trees. Proper depreciation of animator.stop. Fixed incorrect animation health bubble in model importer UI when animation type is none. Fix issue with string sometimes having the wrong values when importing a binary package and edit. Serialization is set to force text. Mesh importer now displays an error for invalid polygons that cannot be triangulated without introducing a new vertex. Fixed import failures when FBX take name contain invalid characters. Fixed crash when building scenes containing any long chains of connected objects. Fixed issue where the icon of OSX standalone player can be corrupted under certain circumstances. Fixed asset bundle loading issue causing the error. The reference script on this behavior is missing under certain circumstances. Fixed asset bundle statistics that are printed into the editor log when building bundle. Fixed issues where the selected build target wasn't being changed on project created from command line. This affected changes made to the player settings via scripts in these projects. Behavior of vFace semantic now consistent on DX12 with the editor and other platforms. Added graceful handling of if Unity shader compiler sockets time on wishlist compiling shader. The Unity shader compiler process is terminated and new Unity shader compiler process is spawned. Added missing component icons for the HoloLens, World Anchor, Special Mapping Renderer, Special Mapping Collider, Input Model, and Audio Specializer. Don't ignore remote input if game object is out of focus. Fix crash when calling editor scene manager.new scene in a did reload script callback. Fix focus game view not always receiving input. Fix game object set hide in hierarchy and mode to don't destroy and load scene made the scene header show in the hierarchy window with no objects. Fix issue with type mismatch error not always showing in inspector when changing an object type from game object to component. Fix recursive rendering error with package export windows when verified save asset is enabled. Fix repeat duplication of objects being undone together if modifier key is not released. Fix transform precision issue when moving multiple objects. Fix vertex snapping having inconsistent accuracy at different zoom levels. Fix enum not handle error message when selecting game objects while some of them are expanded. Hierarchy will properly animate foldouts when using custom hierarchy drivers. Missing scripts are now titled and nothing selected and enabling them throws argument null exception. Fix project browser view in sync when duplicating folders. Rect transform updates properly when manipulating its parent rect transform. Selecting different types of elements not being displayed in inspector and throwing errors. Fix the scale player setting package name is properly updated when focusing another window. Fixed one dimensional sphere bounce handles had no wireframe representation, also being backported to 5.6. Fixed a bug where editor GUI.utility set icon size would affect already rendered GUI. Fixed a crash in editor caused by null handles. The graphics.draw mesh now will now throw an exception if mesh is null. Fixed an issue that prevented the user from reordering the scenes in the build setting windows. Fixed an issue where locking the inspector on subscene object causes their disappearance coupled with a group of fail to unpersist error message. Fixed an issue where game view would render without vsync regardless of player setting. Fixed an offline upgrade of in license issue. Fixed bug in the progress bar code which caused build and run to crash during sprite packing. Fixed a bug introduced in 5.6 that broke holding alt to pin center of primitive bound handle effect all the colliders also backported to 5.6.0 FP4. Fix bug with capsule collider and capsule collider to edit mode where some control handles could appear incorrect when multi-editing. Fix case of error spamming the console when taking detailed memory samples of 32-bit player. Fix case of handle position handle throwing null preference exception when no subs in the current editor layout. Fix copying color when from component throws null reference exception. Fix crash when using the save panel path bar on Windows. Fix crash while is reloading scenes after using version control merge and resolve operations. Fix erroneous IMGI clipping with non-trivial GUI metrics. Fix HDR color picker to preserve alpha when changing brightness field. Fix incorrect placement of box collider 2D manipulator in scene view when using composite. Fix issue where player play mode wouldn't maximize if curve editor window was an object in the hierarchy. Fix now low normals quality issue with low mesh compression setting. Fix null reference exception when canceling file browsers after pop-up prompt. Fix null reference exception when deleting the last remaining quality setting, also being backported to 5.6. Fix primitive bounds handles dot draw handle not resetting handles dot color default clicking to rotate camera. Fix serialize max array size for multi-editing is not being respected when using the default property drawer. Optimize log entry insertion. Reset global handle direction when changing tool using toolbar buttons. Show signal in single info message instead of multiple error messages when there is an issue loading a layout. Version control system more detailed reasons why perforce connection failed, that is incorrect server username password workflows. Version control set default version lock level to be noticed instead of info to reduce log spam. Version control system added provider name and failure reason to error message without being failed connection to make it clearer what has failed. Fix light being considered in shadow range even though it was fully culled away. GUI scene mode not fetching visualization data after quitting play mode. Light source incorrectly identified at I will back. Okay, I'm back. GI light sources incorrectly identified as real time when in auto mode. Load level additive loads backed lightning as no GI real time if it was baked using auto. Progressive light mapper now honors graphic setting not light use linear intensity. Support squares in progressive light mapper clarify when shadow cascade parameters are set to regard to command buffer. Compute scene screen space shadow map after first initialization of correct material never returns null, which may create inconsistent behavior after startup. Now returns null if screen space shadow are disabled. Display an error message and disallow sub region copying of a depth stencil texture. Fix assertion when setting update when off screen on disable screen mesh render.
Fix editor crash by ensuring the camera and camera stack are valid after pre-call message. Fix grid rendering incorrectly in the animation preview window. Fix incorrect warning about using instancing and static batching simultaneously. Fix looping a line discontinuity. Fix crash trying to use compute buffer which failed to be created. Fix crash when Unity loses focus caused by camera being removed whilst while is being rendered. Fix flickering game view window when resizing the window. Fix instancing mesh sorting when custom properties are set on renders. Fix metal editor game view resize sleep. Fix metal editor shader warm up. Fix render target becoming white or black on stop if set to don't clear. Increase batching limits to 65,000 vertices. Make sure wrap modes are valid before setting them on texture. To fix assert message from assertion failed to expression translated not equal to k invalid enum. Regenerate real-time reflection prop cube when screen resolution is changed. Removing support for screen space shadow shader when it should be used based on tier setting will be deactive directional shadow for consistency. Throw an exception if script tries to set random right target texture and texture does not have random right enabled. IMGUI fixed an issue where buttons were not working in the save asset dialog. High fix to hide the status bar while playing movies with cancel on input or hidden modes. Fix unnecessary half to float cast in generated shader. Remove depreciated calls to want full screen layout status bar style option value update. Remove extra notifications sent on application launch. Unity engine.ios.device set no backup flag can now be curled from background threads. Fix log message filtering equal to log type.exception. Fix math.a ping pong repeat returning negative values for some specific value. Okay, interesting. What was it? Oh shit. Oh shit. I need to go back again. Let's fix it. Cool. So let's open a new tab. Go there. Then math.ping pong returns negative value. Okay, interesting. Multiplayer added better error message when processing a non-valid state in viewer. Multiplayer fixed issue with network transport host being removed with invalid host ID when using custom network connection. Fix issue with network animator not updating parameters. Fix max event flood protection in network lane. Fix problem with cleaning resetting network identities to disable object in network manager. Fix crash caused by quick open close of GUI windows. Fix render texture being destroyed when standalone built on resizing the window. Fix for Apple file system compatibility. Align to direction now works for mesh particles. Disable re-enable the particle system game object now causes it to be successfully restart previewing. Fix another invalid ABB error. Fixed all three curves XYZ being added to the particle system curve editor when switching to curve state and only in single axis mode. Fix curves with loop or ping pong wrap mode being incorrectly converted into polycurve and thus causing assets. Fix modules curves being shut down in curve editor after the models was disabled due to undo operation. Inspector now refreshes when changing min-max curve types from script. Particle system now culling now is not working until it was rendered at least once. Particle system is no longer cleared if procedural emission buffer contains item. Particle trails could render with graphical corruption when used on sub-emitters. Removing a particle system on game object that has a component with require component render is now correctly prevented. Reset component option is now fully working for particle system. Script play, stop, simulate, generate, no garbage, and handle sub-emitters correctly. Size over lifetime now correctly affects collider size and sub-emitter inheritance. The pivot offset used for stretch particles was incorrect along with excessive.
Velocity and force mode is now apply scale correctly when using world space mode. Fix a crash that happened when continuously scaling a mesh collider while activating and deactivating it at same time. Fix a crash that happened when more than 26 to like 6 to 62K colliders were created. This so is not supported by physics and we won't be creating collider once this limit is reached. Fix a crash that happened when scaling a mesh that physics failed to cook properly. Think a convex mesh collider with too many vertices. Fix a crash updating. Cool. Fix a crash that happened when scaling mesh that physics failed to cook properly. Cool. Fix a crash updating active skin the meshes. Fix a rare crash that occurred when solver batch was indexed incorrectly. Fix a crash when repeatedly unloading and loading cloth on Xbox One or PS4. Fix for normal issues with cloth using tiny mesh. Fix horizontal clipping in the layer collision matrix when some layers had names that were too long. Fix interpolation and extrapolation being applied in an incorrect order for nested rigid bodies. This is affected the stability of ragdolls and that had interpolated bones. Physics compute penetration and physics dot closest point not retain the correct value when rotated collider had its center offset. Fix rigid body collision detection mode being imposed to change if it was initially set to continuous. Fix rigid body collision detection mode being impossible to change if rigid body was part of the pool object. Fix avert value must be greater errors in cloth. Fix to avoid cloth errors with prefabs in cloth inspector. We now can now check if cloth has no words disable and we reprocess mesh if re-enable. Previous cloth mesh had no vertex. Fix voodoo trigger event being fired to script G. What's the voodoo trigger event? Open scene voodoo house trigger dot unity. Play the scene. Note that console has log message on collision when nothing is actually intersecting for the message to appear moving collision. Ah, okay. Fix voodoo trigger event being fired. Fix a crash caused by check. So here they literally name just this trigger, nothing else. Fix the crash caused by changing the values of the configured in worldspace flag on a joint attached to an inactive game object. Reprocess mesh used for cloth if change. Editor recommend recompilation if is no longer trigger when adding when RTDLS which are not used by editor. Fix the memory leak and performance degradation when adding nested classes as components. Fix the crash causing by transform point not being transform instance in on unable. Fix crash due to too many threads. Fix crash when deep profile is unable. Oh, this was I was used to fix. Fix issue. Is it mine only? Ah, cool. Fix issue when where on disable would not get called when entering play mode for scriptable objects that were created in edit mode and do not have script file with the same file as script on your class. Fix the case of script object a script execution order not being applied when entering play mode. Fix the closing script execution order window not opening apply reward. Fix crash in C# updater with arrays in some expressions. Fix memory leak in Unity web request when dispose is not called. Fix rare crash that could occur after accessing null animation state. Fix script updater issue with generic type parameter. Improved error message when scriptable object being abstract class. Improved the error when shown when a class must inherit it from scriptable object instead of monolith. Prevent managed thread creation during app domain reload. Script updater automatically update particle collision event or collider component. Script update do not remove require using namespace due to inadvertently dimming it as not used. Stop calling on enable only when adding image component to a child script. Hmm. Fixed issue with the Unity project ID when importing assets from the asset store containing a project ID. Fixed standard shader not supporting bump scale on iOS and Android platforms. Occlusion sampling in shader now takes into account parallels mapping. Fixed a case where LOD1 range cannot be adjusted in speed tree importer GUI. Fixed asset message when deleting in use terrain asset. Fixed a crash that happened when loading corrupt terrain data. Augmented variable capacity to correctly handle large number of tiles. Fixed a coroutine stopping when attaching UI components. Fixed disabling the parent script when adding rect transform to a child. Fixed editor crash when adding text component to a game object in play mode via the script. Fixed GC spikes when enabling maskable graphics. Fixed child UI elements in parent canvas cannot be configured after changing their anchor preset and previewing it. Fixed crash when deleting a nested canvas with nested canvas children. Fixed crash when exiting scene that has animating UI elements. Fixed a crash when UI mask component deleting the canvas renderer material when entering play mode. Fixed a crash when editor inspector trying to draw a null material editor for UI element. Fixed a editor memory leak when editor display was not visible but has UI elements rendering to. Fixed graphics raycast distance value. Fixed incomplete integration of UUT and UV3 with UI elements. Fixed issue that would prevent the text field input caret from updating when the virtual left and right arrows keys were pressed. Fixed issue where fonts created by script would fail after appear. Fixed an issue where application focus loss in breaking input in the VR devices. Fixed an issue with NN in scroll rect viewport content when changing position. Fixed issue with rapidly scaling raw image. Fixed nested canvas returning a null camera after its root canvas has been disabled and re-enabled. Fixed rect transform editor drawing issue where anchor preset labels all shown as custom. Fixed tile UGI image shaking when changing its size. Fixed issue where overmailing text with at start. Fixed raycaster now culls raycast that are outside of the camera viewport. This prevent confusion between multiple raycast hit when using multiple camera different viewport. Okay. Selectable selection state is now updated as inspected when in setting interactive to true. The input field caret now generates the game object with correct transform type as well as canvas render to prevent doing switch of transform at runtime. The inverse transform of canvas M canvas data dot in canvas matrix is now updated when its ancestor has changed, not just its direct parent. Use canvas dimensions to compute bucket size of nested canvases as was already the case for root canvases. Android crash on Samsung devices with 4.1 OS when stopping playback. Fix garbage collector abuse and freeze when changing current clip during playback. H.26 for videos above 450 crash on devices with 4.1 OS via Adreno 203 graphics. VP8 videos not playing on Samsung device with 4.2 and 4.4 OS. Fix MOV video reference from URL on Windows. Fix video in detection. Fix movie texture support for metal. Optimize video decoding directly into render texture if it is the same size as the video stream. Video play dot is prepared always returns false after calling video dot prepare when a play on awake is false with some video output. Video player dot prepare is broken on random video files. Video player can't play video if it wait for first frame is enabled. Video which has 6 channel audio and its audio codec is C6 doesn't play on Windows. Camera target I must now work under single pass stereo reading. Fish crash in editor when attempting to do holographic simulation when graphics API is forced. Fix daydream back button handling to deal with App Store submission rejection. Fix daydream icon labels to not display tooltip text in label. Fix daydream causing eye flickering in daydream. Android anti-aliasing quality setting not being able to change at runtime. Fix crash on HoloLens and Windows Mixed Reality caused by large amount of input data overwhelming flowing queue. Fix particular shader when using instant single pass. Integrate Google VR iOS Remove daydream specifying all outs in documentation that are no longer correct. Stop exiting VR when render scale is set higher than texture memory will allow and safety reverting back to last known good scale setting. VR.device refresh rate now reports correct values on Oculus device. Fix input simulate mouse with touches. Fix WebGL build failure on both WebAssembly and full exceptions are enabled. Fixed WSM build failure on Mac OS caused by special character in Project 1. Turn WebAssembly loading errors in simple long message. Fixed not being able to start the game with exclusive full screen mode on secondary monitor. Fixed resolution selector showing primary monitor resolutions even when secondary monitor is selected. Fix the game window moving to the primary monitor when resizing the screen dot set resolution function. Fixed window not resizing to new monitor size when moving window to another monitor while in Windows full scale mode. 2017.10 if build pipeline fixed if asset bundle loading issue causing the error. The reference script on menu is missing. Editor issue when play mode wouldn't maximize VR fix that was causing eye flickering daydream. The following are changes and fixes to 2017 features and regression. Android remote tap jacking protection because it causes touch input to be lost when transparent overlay is shown on top of the Unity view. Okay. Fix humanoid body position not working in additive. Fix moving multiple objects makes only one of them to move according to handles. Fix crash when using render texture format.rfloat is compound buffer. Fixed issue where compute buffer applied to a material block doesn't affect when drawing via draw mesh. Work around TLS allocator deadlock in new glib. Fix memory leak of network transport.send. That's it. So we are done with Unity 2017.1. Now let's move to 2017.1.1. 2017.1 was first version of new Unity. It had a long list. From now, I guess we should be quick to finish off all the release notes of 2017.1 unless big major changes happen. So the next public release of Unity 2017.1.1 brings you few improvements, a couple of changes and a large number of fixes. So let's read improvements. Android Gradle support custom library build Gradle's files. DX12 native rendering plugin improvements expose the extra functionality of working with back buffers. Added editor strings, profiler, Unity remote, etc. for second generation iPad and Pro. New special search filter for folder T folder. Okay, so we can search for folder now. Print log file path before redirecting. Improved oops crash dialog. Added API expose crash dump report. Added API to expose crash dump report path. Unity engine dot windows dot crash reporting. Okay, we should check that. Changes. Editor on material inspector enabling instancing is changed to enable GPU instancing. Graphics fix for a crash has been removed. License updating FBX license to require acceptance of FBK license. Tag basic playable behavior as obsolete. Fixes. 2D fixed an issue where adjusting collider 2D offset when using tile draw mode and auto tiling would result in inconsistent behavior. Fixed an issue where sprite from the same atlas not hashed and packed correctly. Fixed an issue where editor became unresponsive when switching from OpenGL to Metal with a tiled sprite in the scene. Fixed an issue where Sprite Atlas variant would pack without an error when master was compressed with crunch. Fixed a console showing error when multiple selecting assets while locking Sprite Atlas inspector and pack. Video player does not loop on HTC One. App no longer signed with signature scheme V2 when building for Oculus. Fixed build pipe correctly split resources between APK and OBB when building with LZ4. Fixed development will crash on Android 4.2.2 with video core GPU. Fixed Vulkan error when trying to use anisotropic filtering on Mali GPUs. Fixed an issue having lots of VBO allocated even for an empty scene on Android during application startup. Fixed an issue where spot and point lights were too bright on low-end devices. Fixed an issue where spot and point lights were too bright on low devices. Fixed an issue with alpha texturing size in ETC1 texture compression with split alpha. Fixed the issue where OBB was not available after installing from Google Play on some phones until device was restarted. Do not explicitly set debuggable attributes when building on Gradle to avoid lint security warning. Handling too many errors, filtering out messages, warning and detected too long error list. Gradle make sure Unity3D and other files from raw are uncompressed in APK. Fixed the autocorrection not being disabled on Samsung phones. Fix the name phone pad flag. Fix the crash on Animator editor window when closing Unity. Fix the crash in Animator editor window when closing Unity. Fix the crash that was caused during the assignment of incomplete Animator control store in an asset bundle. Fix the crash when changing number of input animation layer mixer playable at runtime. Fix the crash when changing override controller during interrupted transition. Fix the glitch that was causing stuttering in the animation curve when rotating a game object in the animation window. Animation. Fix the regression that was preventing math symbols from being evaluated in the animation window input field. Fix an issue of animation state right defaults not working properly on very specific setup. Fixed an issue where animation events would not load if animation had less than 2 frames. Fixed an issue where animator state machine would start to flicker in play mode if the animator window was too small to display active state. Fixed an Fixed an issue whereby animator state's write defaults was not working correctly on specific setups and fixed bad frame when changing playable graphs during state machine behaviors. Fix generic animation layer affecting base humanoid root motion. Fixed an issue where calling load all assets with type parameter could cause loading errors. Fixed an issue with 1K I inverse kinematic float values behavior blending. Build pipeline fixed an asset and potential crash when building projects with materials and shader variant. Fixed an issue when enabling split application binary flag in Android player setting would affect other platforms. Fixed incorrect mesh channel stripping when mesh was used as shape emitter in particle system. Added soft locks to project browser in single column mode. Fixed an issue where user not prompted to save local scenes edit before updating. Fixed update immediately cancel update again crash collaborate. Fixed an issue with initial collaborate publish where it continuously retrap on failure. Calculate map count property when importing NPOT texture with no graphics. Ensure that an asset preview is always provided. Fixed a case of generating lightning drop-down menu being hidden when inspector was reset to minimal width. Fixed a crash when loading scenes were created in Unity version before 2017.1 with specific lightning setup. Fixed a performance regression that caused a very long startup time when invoking a test run. Fixed an issue in the inspector window that prevented the nothing selected component from being shown. Fixed in launcher names of projects loaded via relative path. Fixed look developer rendering issue frame to object initial position of prefab look dev. Fixed one case of importing projects from very old Unity version. Fixed player build success notification. Fixed screen capture. Fixed security vulnerabilities. Fixed inability to rename objects in the hierarchy if look dev was open. Fixed to only show clustering when real-time GI is on and when backing is on the inlighting. Fixed a crash in light probe rendering occurring when changing or removing props. Fixed an issue where alpha cutoff was
not properly converting values. Fixed an issue where auto mode did not detect when changing material values of alpha count. Change every instance of string, custom texture and custom render texture in menu. Cube map, custom render and texture engine now apply to all faces. Don't enable blending on unsupported pixel formats on metal. Enable textures are not created with too high map on count. Tile GPU prep warning render texture color was not cleared. Fixed a crash in custom render texture when switching target platforms in editor. Fixed a crash on exit from full screen player when using OpenGL Core Graphics API. Fixed a crash when valid mesh had no submesh. Fixed a crash when instancing is enabled on specific material. Fixed a crash when using compute shader very large number of thread group greater than 5 lakh 500K. Fixed a crash when Vulkan loader was installed but no driver were installed and Vulkan was used as default API. Fixed a deadlock building lightning in editor and during a player build. Fixed a rare could happen in very complex scene. Crash hang in graphics jobs were enabled. Fixed a rare case when shader compilation failed with error message failed to find parameters of compile retrieve did not in edit shader. Fixed a rare crash causing recursive rendering of camera.render or water rendering. Fixed an issue where lights did not render correctly when using a camera with render texture non-full screen viewport. Fixed an issue where overlapping cameras drawing the same target would not composite correctly. Fixed an issue where terror in not showing wireframe in shaded wireframe mode. Fixed an issue where which after clearing occlusion data occlusion view volumes are still visible. Fixed an occasional glitch when rendering line trails. Fixed a different sampling on sRG render detection compared to non-sRG render detections when gamma spaces standalone player. Fixed a dynamic Fixed a dynamic batching overwriting to the vertex color stream on untexture message. Fixed a GPU profiler block for custom texture update. Fixed importing of single channel U unsigned integer 16 texture. Fixed incorrect shadows appearing in the scene view when visualizing occlusion culling. Hmm. Fixed lightning rendering when using multiple cameras. At least one camera renders to a render texture. Fixed loading shader to a variant collection, not loading variant from all passes which match. Fixed memory leak in editor scene view. Fixed memory leak in texture 2D and cube map array texture. Fixed map mesh becoming offset and scaled when accessing mesh properties on mesh filter on a static game object and a static batching was enabled. Fixed nav mesh preview in scene view being affected by lightning. Fixed OpenGL ES debug level. Fixed rendering issues when using camera. Sorry, fixed rendering issues when using camera with render detection and non-full screen viewport. Fixed runtime crash when modifying skin mesh and GPU skinning is available. Fixed errors RGB flag returning false to where we improved line fixed scale and rotational metrics. Yeah, fixed sRGB flag returning false on LDR target texture from HDR to LDR image effect in linear project. Fixed the scale and rotation metrics on preview render Unity camera having no effect. Improved line and trail rendering when trying to display overlapping nearby points. Removed optimization of rendering optimization of GLS graphic API. Fixed crash in query component by type when animations was used with engine code striping enabled and there was no sprite render component in any scene in the build. Fixed various crashes. Prevent a compilation error when generated code for some windows to RAM. Prevent failure during code conversion with constraint method call is made for volatile time. Prevent possible crash in list.add range. Fix tail touch detected error message that showed up after minimizing reopening an app and immediate start tapping the screen with multiple fingers. Fixed an issue where Unity would not generate icons for spotlight and notification in Xcode project. Fixed auto rotation on replay kit. Fixed trampoline compilation issue on for iOS 11 similar.
Rewrote the internal clock system and replaced it with a system that took into account the time when the device was asleep. Also, the startup time is now calculated more accurately. Use yield for atomic pause on ARM. Fixed an issue that web signing would print loading editor in editor.log with access toggle. Fix the issue where remember me did not work when using web hosted sign. Fix the launcher offline issue. Additional fix for initializing screen dimensions, mouse input, associated provided icon with player input. Fallback to XNRX mode for video mode in initialization if XRANT fails. Use default player icon when none is provided. Restore the use macros Corvic lip stripping option for Android. Fixed an issue where reliable messages exchange had been stalled after a couple of hours. Fixed an issue where reliable messages exchanging had been stale after a couple of hours. Networking Unity web request fix an issue where cookies were not sent on redirect. Fix a crash when webcam texture is used. Man. Hmm. Detect detect when new mesh is selected in shape module and updates in view preview. Ensure trails is properly initialized when being manipulated via screen. It fixed an issue where bounding too small on some becoming inverted when using random fixed issue on scale data time in editor mode. Fix an issue where contact point to the normal impulse and contact in target impulse were always zero when accessing my callbacks. Platforms fixed a crash when clean the log file was passed but no log file name was given. Fixed the scripting upgrade fixed a crash when system reflection dot emit was used to generate assemblies for the app domain assembly resolve event. Upgrade fixed an exception when calling system monoproperty adapter frame for IoT terminal. Fixed export package window tree structure. Fixed memory corruption crash after domain reload when using assembly load. Improved distribution of gate hash code. Fixed a crash when invoking link expression in editor. Fixed a potential domain reload issue in play mode when trying to validate script. Fix the issue where simplify points and provided array was too small. Fixed an issue where send functions for our synchronization context would fail to execute on main thread. Fixed a manage debugger on Windows hanging when all scripts with on audio filter read have been disabled. Fixed a scripting exception being logged as info instead of error. Fixed www class being unsafe for multiple invocation of dispose. Fixed an issue where performance reporting symbol unload tool could crash. Fixed GLSL shader compile errors due to lack of default precision specifier. Welcome fixed a rare incorrect shader generation and expression with the right mask. Fixed a crash that could happen when you have a very large number of terrains with speed trees on them. Fixed an issue where error message about job temp alloc could appear in public output.log if trees were used on a terrain. Fixed a crash when using timeline with a Mac OS player. Fixed inconsistencies in root motion position between editor and player. Fixed root motion on humanoid characters when there was no base animation clip. Fixed view settings in timeline getting reset when going into play mode. Timeline rebuild graph performance improvements, preventing clips from being outside of the visible area. Fix memory leaks caused by unrealistic meshes in the UI profiler. Graphics recaster and event system performance improvement. Input field for name content type. Use name phone pad touchscreen keyboard time. Sprite Atlas variant will display correct on image component. Universal Windows platform fix building generated UWP projects in Visual Studio 2017.3 when using .NET scripting backend. Okay, so Unity 2017 equal to Visual Studio 2017 since Microsoft purchased Unity. Ah, seems like it. UWP fixed the issue where locking the mouse in UWP player could cause wrong values written from input.getAxis. Fix movie texture support for metal. Fix compilation crash with node on Windows 7. Fix corruption sprite in MSH. Fix corruptor spice in MSH. Crash terms are returned to users persistent data path resolving the issue where Installing Unity games to program files cause crash terms to fail. Return null from www.error if no error. Now, this was causing issue in Android when attempting to display information fetched from Facebook. He added missing editor icons for world anchor, spatial mapping, touch input, and audio spatial component. Added VR uses parameter get temporary. This fixed an issue biting, blitzing into a temporary render texture. Fixed an issue where stereo conversion setting had no actual impact. Finally, we are done with one more. Let's move to 2017 point. Damn, there are a lot of 1.2. Hmm, cool. Unity 2017.1.2 release notes. 2D sprites Atlas packing will now spend less time reconciling sprite from cache Atlas. Previously, this was slow, especially in new editor session. When using custom shadow resolution on a light, this resolution won't be clamped as usual, allowing reach up to 8K shadow map if needed. Added an marketing icon kind of iOS and slot for 120, 1024 and the icon. Cool. Load the first scene during the displaying splash screen. Changes sprite. Load the first scene. Okay, nice. Sprite Atlas packing will now cancel and return an error if existing sprites with size larger than the predetermined Atlas max size. Updated Google VR indicate to 1.8. So let's go to fixes. Correctly use sprite atlas packed with offset when calculating UVs for override on geometry. Editing 2D primitive assets no longer show error in console. Exposes sRGB. Update damaged data. Will now read a write message in editor where not in play mode. Resource.load no longer stalls load scene or load scene async. Build pipe. Fixed permission popping when providing resources in resolution. Fixed a shader compiling error on devices not supporting fragmentation serialization high. Fixed black screen on startup on Android O devices. Fixed a firmware permission not popping up on Android Oreo. Remove API section from target SDK version selection list. Soft input. Fix the Korean input on Samsung phone. Fixed an event being. So this was the issue I was facing when I was in. We had a project Unity 5.6, and this was the biggest issue, and we had to take our game out of the Play Store because of this. Anyway, it's fixed. Cool. Fixed events for not being fired during crossfade at 0f. Fix a case where sprite and material references were not animatable at the same time in the sprite render. Fixed a case where transition between animation made get icon rotation get return an incorrect value. Fixed an alpha channel being animated with a linear color mode when in fixed a crash when spawning an animator with state machine that uses on state machine. Fixed animation events firing twice when using animator or manual update. Fixed root motion not correctly aligning on WebGL. Fix the regression where the working directory of default in asset folder which was not allowed. Fix the behavior of the build process so that all the scripts got recompiled if the build process failed. Fixed an issue where rename files with new changes were being pushed to the server and were ignored when comparing client server state. Don't give fatal error on plugin importer query of our non-existing platform. Fixed TLS allocator allocate temp head underlying allocated allocate and temp head for unfreed allocation while causing calling plugin importer set platform data. Fixed an issue where launcher did not allow user to log in and do reactivate when license was invalid. Fixed the callback registration failed Kmax callback crash when entering play mode. Fixed a crash when building splash with portrait background but no landscape background was assigned. Fixed a modified being discarded when pressing hotkeys. Fixed a prefab previewing display all game objects in each individual game object preview during multi-selection. Fix Fix sprite previewing generation. Plugins will be correctly excluded from player build when using combination any platform true with specific platform exclude. The crash on macOS when cancelling undock of hierarchy or scene has been fixed. Fixed an issue where locked asset and plus expect would ignore if the lock type and finding a satisfying event when runtime play mode edit mode test. Fixed an issue where on hierarchy change and editor application hierarchy window change events were not sent when selecting game objects with previews and when adding game objects to a scene if they had hide in hierarchy flag. Fix incorrect lightning when switching to metal device if editor was started in OpenGL. The generated test result.xml when running play mode and editor mode test is now updated in the NUnit 3 format. Fix the case of object lightning preview being empty for messages with no normals. Fixed an shadow mask in forward rendering when multiple directional lights used. Added a two rows filter in progressive light mapper. Changing world position in glaze to be FP32. Fixed a rare crash of dynamic batching was unable. Fixed occlusion culling shadow within the camera's light line. Fixed a case of light cookie rendering differently in forward and defer mode. Fixed retail render not recording the first position when instead using position and rotational values. Improved motion vectors precision when dynamic batching is enabled. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to read fixes because anyway they are fixes, so nothing to learn from them. What we need to learn is improvements and changes and the features. Reading this won't give us anything. So let's move to 2017.1.3. 1.3. Let's read the improvements. Improved error message from Android SDK tools. Added support for altitude data coming from new Apple TV remote. Fixed instabilities within integration test, namely suits, profiler dynamic sample test, profiler suit dot profiler custom sampler test. Improved documentation for a graphics hardware TIOS. Added player setting to a specific whether the home button should be hidden on iPhone X. I'm going to specify the home button should be hidden on iPhone X. Added player setting to specify which device edge differ system gesture to the second swipe. Added support for iPhone X launch images. Implement support for 4K Apple TV icons, splash screen. Multiplayer increase send bandwidth for WebSocket, concatenated matrix macros, Unity matrix MVP are now changed to static variables to avoid repeated calculation. Fixed audio glitches when seeking underflow happening during playback of video player. Video RGB to UV conversion that happens during the video transcoding and recording is now 2 to 3x faster. Yeah, so that's what we need. Fixes are already fixed, so reading that is makes no sense. We are here to learn things, improve our knowledge. So let's move to 2017 1.4 improvements. Android improve ping performance on Android devices supporting ICMP sockets. See the documentation for more information. iOS exposes API that allows changing home button hiding and system gesture differ properties on runtime, improved file system performance to handle large cache size, updated Mono to support dynamic functions calls on Xbox, updated Oculus to version 1.2, updated Oculus VR NDK, updated Oculus to version 1.21, updated Oculus to version 1.22. Cool. Now go to Android 2017. 2017.1.5. This is the last version of this 2017 one. Next public release will be 20. And all of few improvements, a couple of changes and large number of fixes. Cool. So improvements Android APIs 26 and 27 to a scripting and editor added. Okay. Discard warning in Prograde by default. Android fix crash when running on Android 8. Fix crash in mesh.clear blend shape. Fix risk rare condition. Cool. Let's now move to the Unity 2017.2. This will have a lot of features and changes. So let's read it. Cool. As usual, all the editors. Cool. Release notes 2017.2.0 F3. Remove iOS 6 support. The minimal support version is now 7.0. Features. Added tile map. Ah, okay. So they added tile map in 2017.2. Asset import added support for animated custom properties from FBX. Added support for stringray material import from FBX. Added per object lightmap seam stitching in progressive lightmapper. Nice. Added profiler for real-time global illumination. Added support for double-sided materials in progressive lightmapper. Added a new material that causes lightning to interact with back faces when unable. Both sides of geometry get counted when. Hey, I read this one, right? Added support for per object calling, receiving in cast shadows on and off. Implement display P3 color gamut property. Added QS position. Added support for retina. Expose enabling updating more frequently in editor. First step implement Unity pack. Expose the API for enabling internal components to be updated more frequently than the editor. This is the first step in implementing the Unity package manager. We are taking an incremental approach to integrate the system into the Unity ecosystem. It will grow with more features over time. For this first release, we have avoided exposing user-facing features. Particles added stop action option to allow particle system to be destroyed or disabled when they finish playing. Particles added linear drag support for particles. New option now limit velocity over lifetime module. Services performance reporting service added support for native crash on Android. Added support for Okay, so Unity services had this. Added support for avatar mask on animation tracks. Video added video aspect ratio support for non-square pixels. Added linear rendering to WebGL 2.0. Added OpenVR support for Mac 64-bit application target that use Metal applications. Okay, where we are? Okay. WebGL added linear rendering to WebGL. XR added OpenVR support for Mac 64-bit application target that use Metal graphics. Added support for certain aspects of Vayu HMD to be simulated in editor without the need for physical HMD. To enable this, use mock HMD Vayu. Virtual SDK in player setting. The mock HMD uses the same symmetric projection matrix, hidden occlusion mesh, field of view, aspect ratio, eye texture size as the Vayu. You can use the mock HMD with both multi and single pass rendering path. It renders as split screen stereo display in the editor. Added support for Google AR Core augmented reality technology when targeting Android 7.0 and above supported devices. XR added support for video async projection for Daydream View. Video async reprojection allows an app to feed video frames directly into Google VR async reprojection system without going through the main Unity render loop. This provides fast path to direct rendering of video regardless of the current frame rate Unity is rendering at, and skips texture filtering, provides for much higher quality output. There is also an option to allow for the use of protected memory for users that need render DRM protected content. Nice. Added support from Multimix Reality as a virtual reality SDK target. This extends Unity's HoloLens support so that more generally supports Windows Mixed Reality both for desktop and HoloLens. Added the tracked pose driver component which can be added to a game object to match the position and rotation of a AR device, VR, HMD and VR controller. XR Stereo instancing, also known as single pass instance, is now supported on desktop when DirectX rendering API is in use. Stereo instancing is only supported with forward rendering. Unity Editor has foundation support for Editor VR. Look for future announcement around availability of compatibility Editor VR version. Windows Mixed Reality headset are now supported in for playing in Editor. Introducing native integration of Vuforia augmented reality platform. Vuforia can install through Unity download. Okay. So 2017.2 mostly focus on VR things and this good support for tile map. But other than that, it was totally focused on a VR. Like its backward compatibility breaking changes. Scripting Unity engine.ai is now split into separate DLLs for each engine Unity engine module. Export as ADT project is now absolute. Change default frame rate application download -1 to 30 when vsync is off, similar to iOS. Made improvements to audio mixer ducking, optimized CPU performance, change behavior so that ducking amount of correspondence to the minimum level on each level. API updater no longer runs automatically when editor runs in batch mode. Change the behavior of the members button in the collab toolbar. It now opens page in the web dashboard to add remove project members. Editor GUI tooltips are no longer suspended if the scene is paused in the play mode. Reduce the verbosity in editor log for script and completion. The 2017 Unity editor requires a new licensing version. When using custom shadow resolution on a light resolution is no longer capped, so it reach up to 8K. FBX license require is same. These are same like previous ones. Move the location of the project package manifest from Unity package manager project to Unity package manager, and adding a mono behavior to a game object in the editor now calls mono behavior on validate. Okay. Adding a mono behavior to a game object in a calls mono behavior dot on validate. Disable sub. This is interesting. Serialization disable support for opposite endiness asset bundle. The editor now loads pre-compiled managed assemblies on startup even if they are compiling on scripting. Initialize on load now invoke after deserialization. You mark legacy. You are now you mark legacy. Unity 1.0 UI system components GUI, GUI text, GUI text are depreciated. GUI components are no longer added to the camera by default. Universal Windows platform changed the default scripting backend on Universal Windows platform to IL to CPC. Camera stereo mirror mode is now absolute. Improved AI improved performance when syncing Navimesh styles after carving. You can now use Navimesh editor helpers that draw, build, debug to selectively collect and visualize debug data from process of building Navimesh with Navimesh Builder API. API now renders full screen on super widescreen devices. Change to allow extract native lips equal to false flag to be used if needed, and significantly improved the performance of large preview loading on Android or recommended load assets API. The backend etc texture composer is now configurable in editor setting with different quality of aspect ratio mode operation into Android player setting resolution and presentation. Ah, the backend it is in this one where they added aspect ratio mode option to Android player resolution and presentation. So this one we need to check. Animation added ability to copy paste transition parameters in animation state machine. Added option to copy option to animators to pull normalization type from specified method rather than using time dot delta time. Expose the public API for extracting embedded textures from ABS or SketchUp files. The material which are embedded in assets will be updated automatically to preference that extracted texture. Asset import made minor improvements to the avatar mask and transform mask UI. Asset import paralyze the animation clip keyframe, reducing the reduction during import. Updated SketchUp SDK added the ability to get and set the audio specializer from script via audio setting, get specialized plugin name, set specialized plugin name. Native rendering plugin improvements expose implemented native render buffering resources retrieval, fix multi-threading issues, added toggle for colorblind friendly mode to the context menu in the upper right corner of the profiler window. Expose LZ for compression setting to the build player for Windows, iOS, Android platform. Made usability refinements to profiler charts. You can now toggle all series types. Stack chart series now have explicit reorderable affordance. Stack plots now appear as solid colors. Unity Troubleshooter allows user to observe a list of previously reported issues and search for similar issues in Unity knowledge base. Added a new edge aware filter for GI when using progressive light mapper. Added asynchronous loading of pre-computed real-time GI data by moving the GI part of file IO into the loading. Expose dynamically is coverage to public API so you can see the lightning is converging. Added trans time slice albedo emission rendering during load. Added support for LOD backing in progressive light mapper. Added update to fill the empty areas in lightmaps with content from the lower MIP levels, push-pull dilation. This fixes visible dark pixel around the geometry edges when rendering with light maps. That happen due to dark background textures and bleeding in when lower MIPs are accessed. GI HDVR emission enables 16-bit floating point format for emission for both real-time and big GI. Big GI output is still limited by RGBM range. Increase HDR color picker limit from 99 to 64K. Terrain trees can now cast shadows into the baked light map for terrains. Terrain tree props. Terrain tree props now in the top of the tree canopy to make sure props don't end up inside the tree trunk. Upgraded the Enlighting SDK to 3.9, 3.09 new since 3.08 P1. Improvement the face of triangle which casts direct light shadows can now be set per material. Bug fixes. Fixed a bug where setting the update manager limiter to value greater than 0 proceeds incorrect reading of the input lightning buffers. Fixed a crash in I pre-compute pack geometry when providing an input mesh with very large UVs. Fixed a crash in I pre-compute pack geometry load when running out of memory. Fixed case of uninitialized data being serialized in right data block for in place and related functions. Graphics added dynamic occluded settings in render mesh to control whether dynamic objects should skip occlusion current. Added GPU skinning via compute on Vulkan DD D3, D4, 12, PS4, Xbox One. Added new material restricted back buffer use option to player setting. This allows improvement performance in non-default device orientation. Frame debugger improvements size, format, depth in texture, shader properties, tooltip, stencil, stage, subshader index, pass name, and live mode tag. Rework rendering dot command buffer intervals to reduce main thread cost. Graphics texture import are added support for BC5 compression format when the texture type is set to normal map. Enable the platform specific override panel at the bottom of the texture import to set format to BC5. Added API retrieve existing build phase for Xcode target. Generated notification and spotlight icons for iOS target. Additionally modified functions. Get icons for target group player setting. Get icon size is for target group, set icon size for target group, icon kind parameter get space. Implemented Xcode API for embedding frameworks. Hmm. Improve render thread scheduling for Metal. Multi-threaded rendering option is now available for iOS and TV iOS. Added completion events for all return async operation. Integrated social sign-in into launcher window. Added a restart button to the scene view overlay. It was already there, I guess, restart. Cool. Added the inherit. Okay, start and play we used to do. Added the inherit lifetime option to the particle system survey meter module. Burst emission now supports curve models for the count. Yeah, that's great. Custom models labels now editable, allowing you to give contextual names. Physics 3D physics changes caused by modifying the transform can now be deferred. They automatically synchronize before the physics simulation runs. You can use physics 3D.auto sync transform and sync transform to control this behavior. Added edit models modes for joint angular limits to interest inspector for character joint, configurable joint, hinge joint, and hinge joint 2D. Collision 2D context array is now created when accessed so that it isn't allocated memory until use. That's a cool one. Added rendering command buffer callback to update contents of a texture from inside the plugin. Native rendering plugins are now supported on Nintendo Switch. Unity adds version to 2.1.1, improved computer shaded compiler timeouts. Surface shader many similar shader feature multi-compliant variations. Added support for V6 engine ability to use nodes of Substance Designer. Introduce shader keyword to all the UI shaders which controls the rect clipping. Rect clipping now only occurs when the mask component is enabled. This lead to much better UI performance when mask not used. Universal Windows Platform IL2 CPP scripting backend now supports defaults using 4.6 compatibility level. Updated location to version 1. Unity web request now support download handler file available for downloading files and saving them to disk with low memory footprint. Improved the cache dialog in the Windows player. It now has more detail and prompts the user to open an Explorer window for crash report. Split the player executable into two parts. A signed Unity player that has all the engine code and a wrapper executable that calls into DLI startup. The source code is now executable in the editor data Windows standalone support source Windows player you can build within. You have command tools for Visual Studio and Windows XP support for C++ install. Improved rendering performance for Daydream and Gear VR apps. Made improvements to pause handling in XR applications. Apps which need to pause when HMD is removed. VR HMD's Windows MR you can now call set tracking. Updated the interface and new data for gesture recognizer interaction manager. Some APIs surface has been breaking changes the way. Unity Engine instrument VR mounted tri-gate bond geometry now works on Windows mixed reality. API changes. Accessibility added Unity Engine dot accessibility vision utility get color line safe palette. Okay. Yeah, added a Navmesh builder debug flags, Navmesh builder debug setting, debug draw build debug. Asset import added asset processor on process game object with animated user properties. Game object go editor curve binding and void asset post processor on post processor animation. Game object root animation claim. Asset pipeline added asset bundle unload all assets and asset bundle get all assets. Assembly builder API for building manage assemblies from scripts outside of asset folder. Joint Angular limit handles to Unity Engine IMGA controls. Absolutely. Editor application play mode is in favor of editor application play mode state change and editor application pause state change. Remove unnecessary arc handle construction taking already updated arc radius so it can now negatize previous one only. MGA toolbar now with minimum parameter fix fit to content modes for button content. Update GUI set next control name. Modified function get icons less than absolute. Added new asset bundle load from scene load from scene assigned API data stream instead of Unity native methods. Okay. Event delegation mobile Android as Metro as an added touchscreen dot keyboard status read only value status can be visible done cancel or lost focus. Touchscreen keyboard status. Okay, cool. Multiplayer added new overload to network manager start client function which allows you to specify which port the local socket should be bound to. Added collision 2D get contacts. Added physics 2D dot auto sync transform and physics 2D set sync transform. Added API functions playable connect input playable add input. Added playable graph is playing. Moved audio playable output to namespace unity engine dot audio. Playable set handle. Renamed enable connect parameters for clarity. Added new KUnity rendering exit event update texturing begin and KUnity exit event update texture and events to Unity rendering ext event type. Scripting added serialized property fixed buffer size serialized properties fixed buffer get fixed by index. Unity is now split into separate added support for user defined purchasing payouts attached product definition. Added terrain free added terrain free unused rendering. VR added VR device user presence. This API allows application to test whether VR is interacting with VR device. Example, wearing a HMD. Okay, nice. VR device user presence. Nice one. Expose angular velocity and angular acceleration via Unity input tracking get nodes. API supply these values. Added Unity web request async operation. Unity web request send web request. Absolute the following the application. Application is web player. Game view serialized group web player build target. Web absolute Unity web request dot send is in favor of send web request call. Remove the following optional API: build pipeline, web player, asset build, no longer supported. Build player, build player asset bundle, build pipeline asset bundle, asset bundle, asset bundle. Windows added Unity Windows crash reporting, crash report folder. Windows specified that expose a crash dump path to C sharp. Added player setting values in new async video reprojection setting. Added VR texture uses as an argument. Render texture get temporary with default values. Added XR device FOV zoom factor. Made Google async video projection usable without the need to subclass Unity player activity. Okay. More types of Unity which are namespace to XR namespace, rename VR to XR across API. For example, types like VR setting, VR node, VXR setting, XR. Configure API adapter to automatically update the script and assemblies. And that's it from. So the more focus on 2017.2 was light mapping and updating the existing things like particles, etc. But yeah, overall it was good. Let's move to 2017.2.1. So 2017.2.1 improvements. 2D expose methods to set retrieve physics shape from a sprite. 2D improve the name of the pack texture generated by sprite asset. Sprites created by importing a texture now has default physics shape generated. Okay. Change bundle identifier to package name in associated with error messages. Ah, nice. Improved error messages from Android SDK tools. ProGuard is no longer enabled by default for Gradle releases build. Release Pro Gradle build now signed with a debug key instead of failing to build. Added support for gratitude data coming from new Apple TV remote. This was this previous one. Fixed label for less confusing. Various light mapping seems teaching improvements of our progressive light mapper. Graphics added API to retrieve areas safe for UI rendering, currently supported on iOS and TV only. Improved incremental build performance on OS. Added identification enums for iPhone 8, 8.6. Added player setting to specify whether the home button should be hidden on iPhone X. Added iPhone setting which device ages refer system gesture to second swipe. Added support for iPhone X launch image. Improved native plugin lookup. Playables updated playable.connect input to take optional wait parameter. Added the playable API documentation. Added command line option override mono search path for desktop standalone players. Concentrated matrix macros, Unity macro matrix MVB are now changed to static variable to avoid repeated calculations. Implemented support for 4K Apple TV icons and splash screens. Removed audio glitches that follow seek underruns in video player. Improved performance on Windows mixed reality by removing a potential thread stall that would occur whether beginning of a new frame while the previous frame has not completed presenting. Updated Vuforia to version 6.5.23. Added player setting get set virtual reality support. Get set virtual reality SDK and get availability virtual acquiring setting virtual reality support toggle and virtual reality SDK. Enable single pass stereo rendering for Windows MR and rest are fixes. So yeah, so on this they just release it with few fixes and improvements, not much. Cool. Let's move to. So this was more focused on the fixing rather than improving or adding new features. So I guess after Unity 5, Unity said like they will only add new changes and features on each new point. Like they won't add the new feature in 2017.2.1, but they will add in 2017.3 to avoid the lot of bugs. So yeah, let's move to 2017. 2.2 is there, then 2.3, then 2.4, 2.5. Cool. Let's move to 2.2. Improvements. Expose APIs that allowing changing the home button, hiding and system gesture differ on runtime. Okay. RGB to UA conversion that happens during transcoding. So this is the feature they are more focused on this version, and they expose the API also to runtime. Updated Google VR indicate to 1.100 updated Oculus to version 1.21, and rest are the fixes. Cool. Let's move to 2017.2.3. So improvement are metal enable set depth clip mode on all supported device. Improved file system performance to handle large cache size. Updated Google VR NDK and updated Oculus version. Let's move to 2017.2.4. Cool. Improvements added API 26 to 2017 to scripting and editor. Improved ping performance on Android devices and software CD documentation for improved canvas inspector to show warning when set screen space overlay if the project is uneven. Ah, instant app. We need to check instant app. Then 2017.2.5. Okay, fixes and releases. So it has no releases. So let's move to the 2017.3. 2.53. So this will have a lot of features and releases. Let's see. Euphoria SDK 7.0.36. Cool. Features analytics added support to capture VR device. Refresh rate dimension aspect ratio HMD tracking and controller tracking as a part of device info and device status event. Added support for integer and enum animations. Added asset database force reserialization asset API. This method allows you to proactively load, upgrade, and write back to disk any asset seen files in the project when project upgrades cause serialization change to asset and meta. Unity write this file changes to disk separately from regular development iteration. Added assembly definition files for scripting compilation editor. This allows you to define your own managed assemblies based on scripts inside a folder. Splitting in your project scripts into multiple assemblies can greatly reduce script compilation time in editor. Note that the latest version of Visual Studio Tool for Unity is required for this version. Okay, this is interesting. We should try. Added events, mouse event, mouse enter, mouse leave, mouse over, mouse attached to panel, detached from panel, push layout. Added focus events that notify UI elements when they gain or lose focus. The focus element receives keyboard input and a focus ring, which is circular list of UI elements that gives the order in which they receive the focus when they press tab or shift tab. Added the transform tool, a single gizmo you can use to move, rotate, scale in the Unity editor. You can now use DX12 API and edit Facebook segmented uploader for the Facebook platform. Added support for HDR compression to enable player setting, get light map encoding option high quality. Added new method screen capture. Capture screen as texture. Use this to save screenshot. Take from screen capture as texture editor. Cool. I have added crunch compression support for this texture, improve compression ratio and speed for DXT crunch. Added dynamic resolution as single engine feature debating on Xbox One platform. Added support for multi-sample textures in shader to use multi-sample textures. Night mode. Flux. Hmm. Cool. Yeah. Added dynamic resolution in added support for multi-sample textures in shader. Use multi-sample texture use in shader. Declare it as texture to DMS. For example, float for single texture and then sample describe Microsoft documentation texture to the DMS load method. You must create corresponding render texture with the bind MS flag on render texture descriptor or set bind texture MS flag after creation and installation. Okay. Support for 32-bit index buffers. By default, meshes larger than 65K vertex get imported with the 32-bit index buffer. Smaller meshes still uses 16-bit indexes. Added index format setting on added base index format to setting API creator runtime. Added news or argument system email locator. The disable engine management for location and user system allocation. This is usual when using external tool for memory debugging. Added new speed modifier option in particle system velocity module. Use this control practice speed control particle speed without changing their direction. Added unlit and surface shader to use particle systems. Nice. This is cool one. Particle randomize particle trails. Ribbonize particle trails. Expose the new broad face algorithm called multi-box pruning, which is based on subdividing the world boundaries of the cells to overcome the performance issues in the standard sweep and crunch run approach by excluding the excess shakes of bodies that are far away but overlap each other along one of the principal axes. Access multiple box pruning in the Unity editor's physics setting. Expose new setting in physics manager contacts generation contact pairs broad face type. This allows receiving the collision and triggering events from kinematic and kinetic static contact pairs. Expose mesh collider dot cooking option. Cooking options allow you to enable or disable certain features in mesh cooking. The process of turning a mesh normal is into mesh that's suitable for use in the physics system. These options can help you achieve much shortened cooking time. This SPI requires that you manually check the input data for variable labels. Added new delay feature for iPlayables. Added video playable integration. Profiler added API for custom threads profiling, begin thread pooling, being pro thread pooling. Added component line overriding mono search path for desktop standalone players. Overriding mono specifies extra folders to search when mono is loading assemblies. One intended is to have two versions of the same project, such as trial and full version. The assets are same, but the scripts are different. You can use this command line option to reuse the asset, but load different script. Script added mono to support for mono memory profiler analytics standard event and tracker now built into editor and performance reporting service added support for Mac OS native crashes. Added panoramic 360 video workflow. Introduced Unity Engine Media encoder to expose video clip importer encoders. This allow you to create movie files via script. Added new option in the Windows MR setting called enable depth buffer sharing. This allows OS to better stabilize images without need to manually set the focus plane for more information about the benefits of image stabilization, similar hologram stability. Added new UI to Daydream VR configuration to support 6 depth channel. Added support for Oculus Dash for depth buffering sharing. Depth sharing makes object on Dash. Both switches can be toggled via depth buffer sharing dash support checkbox. Added VR support to experimental scriptable rendering pipeline. Backward compatibility breaking changes. Remove DirectX support from Windows area and standing. Wow. Minimum support OS version now Ubuntu. Removed support for targeting 32-bit MX application. Replace build target standalone X NIMs and standalone X OS X. Removed support for Samsung TV. Removed Tizen mobile support. Perfect. Changes. Unity now generates default physics shape when creates a वाचलं release gradle build now sign with debug release build use export as editive project option. Text importer now recognizes markdown files added editor. ठीक है. Removed oligometric texture compression. Resolution is no longer clamped when using custom shadow resolution on a light, allowing you to reach to up to 8K shadow map if needed. Uploaded splash screen logo with a new branding style. Updated new splash screen logo. You can now access image content hash for all texture objects. This was previously accessible using render texture API. Updated FBX license to require acceptance FBX. Package manager added UPM reset, command line option and reset packages. Improved profiler data serialization plural. Concatenated matrix. Depreciated built-in support for Substance Designer. This will be removed in and to continue using you need to install suitable third-party external importer from the asset. Okay. Unity no longer resets the lookup developer camera when creating a sim mode. Improve the new VR in overlap causing condition correctly relay the order is the occur. Remove padding and double white texture single pass. Cool. So in 2.7 not much groundbreaking changes, but yeah, it was improvement for sure. Let's move to 3.1. Oh, were there any API changes in 3.0? I don't remember fixes and hmm, features, changes, improvements, API changes. Yeah, added new method for sprites to set retrieve physics same get physical shape count. Animation curve dot constant. Added structure animated transition infers duration property that return duration of the current transition as well as duration unit property that returns which unit is expressed this duration 6 seconds normalism. Animator crossfade animator dot crossfade in fixed time can now set the transition time. Added API signature changes. Constant reverse scriptable input. Deprecated build target standalone. Added overload. Version of clear cache and now clear assay based on unused for longer than given exposure time. Added methods. Enum flag. This respect the value of enum time. Deprecated methods. Rename light map editor settings. GI Unity no longer support light dot is baked light map already baked. Use the light baking output. Ah, okay. Is baked other members of lines instead. Added GUI dot toolbar. Methods with new toolbar button size to support system fit to contain more way. Upgrade lowercase event types systems to their corresponding uppercase variant. The older API is now obsolete. The everyday iOS dot device request store review. A review request for the App Store. Playable added new callback. Playable behavior on behavior delay. Playable added new callback. Playable behavior prepared. Added new method to allow building or rebuilding raft without ingesting play. Added new method iPlayable set delay. Added new property from it. Audio clip playable is an absolute. iPlayable set play state is an absolute. Is play pause set delay. Playable connect. Vector to smooth damp at a max speed or delta. Added player setting we are shown on. Added player setting dot get. Added rendering now default disabled in for rendering. Cool. So most cool feature was this added you request or review. So if you are using under iOS, app, then you can request a review in this simple API. So no custom plugin requirements. Let's move to 17.31. Hmm. So improvements are iOS expose API that allows changing home button hiding system gesture differ properties on runtime. Update Google NDK. Update Oculus version. Update Ophelia. Added XRSA homographic is content protection unable to get search whether app is displayed in protected content while content protection is enabled render content will be visible only in the headset disabling the mixed reality portals preview. Added X. Okay, so content protection does that. Added XML setting rejection port. So okay, so content protection. I think there is user can't see preview on the screen, but can see in the headset. This gets the set of kind of request to stability all over. Cool. What was the known issue? I was changing simulation voice script on iOS stretches upscales the game view, making only part of it visible. Let's see if it gets fixed or not. I don't change. Let's move to 2017.4. Holy shit. It has around look at the versions 13, 40 versions. So yeah. Where is the Unity 2017.4? Let's see what were the groundbreaking changes. What? It just has fixes? Oh, 1. Oh, 2017.4 पाहिजे आपल्याला. Oh, like, what? It has only fixes load. No, 27. Hmm. Okay. So it has only fixes. So no 2017.4. No. Something like this. No. Cool. So let's see what were the okay. So 2017.4 just plain fixes. Let's see. One. I will add two improvements. Added parameter to sprite dot create to specify fallback physics state is generated false by default. Added API when audio shift audio profile slowness by causing iteration on news channels. Enable 32-bit index buffer support for Intel GPU. Improved clean class performance. Cool. Let's move to 3. Improvement. Meta improve ETC texture format, make native plugin interface version, rename Unity graphics Meta and to signal that it's an old name keep current. Improve the performance of Kalinga Retmos too. Okay. So nothing special seems to be in this 2017.4. Again a fix. Let's see what 5 has. 2017.4.5. I disable built-in cache on iOS Unity Web backend for consistency with other platforms. Okay. Nothing. fixes and more fixes. Sync management improved error message when internal system don't free up transition change and the update of 2017.4.9. Android apps utilizing AR core can now use multi-thread rendering. Wow, that was a good improvement. 10 reduce interplay mode and recompile time by optimizing editor component and with target has high impact on project, a lot of scripts and a lot of SMO files. Update Oculus version, okay. 11. So when Unity 5 was around, they weren't have for Unity 5.1.11 or 10. They had to create the new version for that because they didn't support the this third dot. Now they added, I guess. Enable Oculus asymmetric field of view support to 12. No fixes 13, 14, 15, nothing in for 14, then 16, nothing, then 17. So 16 doesn't have, okay, improvement is there. Added experimental ARM support, okay. Anyway, improve performance for animators that don't use animator animation even and don't use state motion behaviors. Loading the same service config as the Unity editor. Okay. 17, 18, 18 giving error. Let's open it with the selection drop down. Hmm, hmm. So 2017.4 point, okay, 18. It should have opened, but it didn't. Anyway, nothing to do. 19. Why it's crashing for me, but not for you? But if I open it, 4.19. Same link open. Now it's working now. But why you? Okay. Fixes only 20 for be done. Okay. Let's open by drop down. Mm, 20. Let's open 20, 21, 22. And let's close the other devices. Then let's open 23, 24, 25, no, then no, then known issues. Asset bundle load package lock number provide during application on exit on suspend in failing to pass Apple Store validation. You will exits on suspend. Cool. Then known issues are for 34 CMUs. Mobile get input and falls with SPN is being used on Samsung device and physics processing runs at very low FPS. Okay, known issues still not fixed. Known issues on 38 still not fixed. 39 I believe it's fixed on this in one of these, and then 2018. Known issues. Change built-in Excel on screen to storyboard. Uh, okay, now be ready for 2018.1, Unity's biggest launch after 2017. So let's go through its features and all those things. So let's begin reading of 2018.1. Releases notes full system requirement changes, remote support for Windows XP standard player builds. Vista is now minimum supported. Depreciated support for mono-develop. Visual Studio is now recommended and supported C# editor on both macOS and Windows. So Tata bye bye to mono develop on 2018.1. Services updated Unity adds to 2.0. Note that this is not to be confused with Unity adds SDK version which is 2.1.0. Service, updated analytics, updated IP, updated standard events. What are standard events? Ah, um, Analytics events and then package UI manager. Note that version of 1.8 of the packages are verified for use with 2018.1 or lower, may be available for download by package manager UI itself but not officially verified for 2018. See entry in feature sections for further details. Cool. Features. 2D experimental added experimental API for to support sprite animation. Added the ability for you to add functionality for sprite editing in the sprite editor window. Added a new interface iPost generate Gradle Android project with callback that Unity calls after it generates Android but before it builds it. This is good one. Added a new setting sustain performance mode which sets a predictable consistent level of device performance over a long period of time without throttling limit. Added ARMs is known as experimental support, added position constraint, rotational constraints and scale constraints, components, and okay, added new parent constraint, multi-source animation. What is multi-source animation? Uh, this, okay, this is quite good. Multi-source animation. Animation added aim constraint component. What is it? Good one. Aim constraint. Anyway, added weighted track tangent support for animation count. Constant activation. Mm, nice. Constant creation. Constant creation. Solid. Added some added support for importing aim constraints from APX. Parent constraints from APX. Added support for importing point orient scale constraints from APX. Import constraints. Asset. Added on process asset callback asset post processor. Asset import, added experimental API to generate textures files for input setting, added Google's resonance audio plugin, added ability to store and retrieve game object references by name through editor based settings, added new API for changing platform icons. It supports platform specific icon types and multi-layer icons. Added new build report API. Building players and asset bundle now returns build report object that allows you to query information about the build process. Build pipeline. Android build and run now has target device section in build setting. This allows you to deploy the either specific single device or all supported devices simultaneously. Target device selection build and this allows you to deploy the either specific device or to supported devices manually or simultaneously. Cache servers. Add cache server IP address command line argument to connect the editor to a specific cache server or startup. Add a clear on play button for the Unity profiler window. Add a preset class that allows you to save serialized information about game object to a preset asset and apply it later to the same game object type. Okay, what is it? Nice, nice. Presets editor added new object factory API that has allowed you to create a game object using default values. Added template for 3D 2D 3D with extras to review lightweight VR, high definition to streamline user experience with scriptable render pipeline features as well as to define better starting point for graphical player and lightning settings. Lightweight render pipeline template. High definition render pipeline template. Editor Unity now compile assembly definition file on startup before any other script such as assembly C# and does not stop compilation on the first compile error. Unity loads all assembly if the assembly does successfully compile and all the references compiled, then compiles the remaining script. This ensures that Unity packages are always built and loaded regardless of other compilation errors in the project. When running play mode and edit mode test in batch mode, you can now specify which scripting backend to use via test setting. Progressive light mapper is out of preview. Added experimental API for baking sky occlusion in progress. The sky occlusion is given input position. It takes account any static object. The sky occlusion allows you to apply the correct amount of sky lightning to game object that otherwise had to light map such as tree and foliage. Experiment added new experimental C# interface to pass light information to the GI baking backends. Added dynamic resolution support for PlayStation 4 GPU instancing now supports GI. Unity now automatically batch game objects affected by light probe occlusion from shadow mask mode and light map with fast forward or defer pipeline. Unity can now send light probe and occlusion probe data to raw mesh instance of custom provider. Added new API to calculate probe data and copy it to material property block. Copy coefficient arrays from copy property block. Cool. Added support for tessellation using DX convention through Sage, Hull, Domain, Shader Stage. Preview high definition render pipeline in launcher. The launcher now allows user to select one of the new project template when creating new projects. Template availability currently 3D with extras, lightwave VR, high definition, multiplayer. You can now set up Unity up to send you notification about defined callbacks where when there is something to read or connection is ready to send information. Added support for AL2 CPU script and background for Mac standalone player. Package manager added package manager interface that allow to manage projects package and discover new packages. Package manager UI itself package at version 1.8. This time the version are verified with the version or may be available to download a package manager UI itself but not officially verified for you. One, open the package manager from editor main windows. Package manager in project tab shows the package version in the current project. All tab projects available version including preview package and newer version of item pen shows the input of package. Particle added GPU instancing support for particle system mesh rendering. Nice. Hmm. Particle added support for orbital velocity over lifetime. Cool. All particle emitter shapes now support reading a texture for masking color tinting. All particle emitter now shapes now support reading a texture for masking or color tinting. Cool. 2D physics can now use all the cores on device to run its simulation. See job options explained in 2D physics setting. Player added an experimental API Unity engine for a low-level player loop. This allows to change in the order in which Unity invokes engine systems, remove engine systems from the updated order, insert new sharp entry points at any point in the update cycle. Added new command line option, override mono search path for desktop. Scripting upgrade added support for portable PDBs. Scripting runtime upgrade is no longer experimental. Added audio sample output for support access for session. Added support for reading videos from asset bundles on Android. Added custom certificate validation, Unity Web requests, C certificate handlers documentation. Added upload enter file, Unity Web request. It sends files content to request body without loading the enter file memory. Added support for IL2 CPP. Scripting backend for Windows standalone. Added 360 stereo. Added new option in the Windows MR. Enable depth buffer sharing. This allows OS to better stabilize image without the need to manually set the focus plane. Added standalone player support. Added support for capturing and backward company changes. Particle remote legacy. Particle system binding. Remote Tizen mobile support. Android input field character now appears at the text when opening text. Newly created projects now default to CPU structure. Remove support for Unity player box activities. SDK now require build for Unity now creates RSA key for signing the APK. Updated JDK requirement is required for later and starting play mode while editing author configuration with no longer change the current scheme. Added error message calling audio sound and added inspector on post handler callback. Compiling unsafe C# code now requires allow unsafe code option to enable in the player setting. To pre-define assemblies and in the inspector shall you pass unsafe option removed developer from Mac OS and Windows installer depreciated support Windows Mac is now installed equal. Remove the intensity float index substance intensity field instead of using the plugin code that create textures used in rendering with IMG should now avoid specifying them in the linear space. This should be linear parameters. Otherwise, GUI setting runs such a texture. GUI support for handling and disabling GUI textures when making render pipeline. Depreciated player default is full screen mode. Use player setting full screen mode. Graphic settings shaders are no longer loaded on startup. Middle tension depreciate build as option which never actually did anything. Increase mean target iOS now links for security framework by default to remove it. Screen orientation dot unknown is depreciated, but as the default project support was moved from into package into packages. This allow you in practical with logical path of packages. Physics compare with NuGet should change the content. Opening project created with previous origin in migration flow copy and content is left to project manager create service replace web Base Collab history Windows with improved RM GUI version. Substance built-in support for substance depreciated and will be removed to continue universal Windows platform build and run now defaults to 64 player when running on local machine. Windows the build locations added ability to use activity attribute when setting max aspect ratio. Added support for linear GUI system. Input dot radius and input dot radius variant properties currently works on limited set of devices. Improved shader compilation time. Improved ping class performance on device supporting ions again. Now slightly smarter about guessing the location of Android if you didn't fill out in the preferences. Unity now imprints product name into Unity's default Android banner, making it easier to distinguish between apps on Android devices where banner is used for showing the app. Update the gradual template to not stripe solutions where they are always have added more variables to build or product. Transition exit condition now works using reset and animation to set animation events. Added minimum distance information to the native. Added rename option in the project use right menu. Added time ruler dynamic grid lines. Added application wants to quit. Quitting application test tools. Optimizing the editor startup time. Profiler now displays 3 frame of context. Redesign the color picker window with exposure HDR control. Reduce some heap allocation. Remove the work around web views. Has been warning behind the editor mute audio option in the gaming now process after edit failure. But now adds references and defines unsupported shaders and creation of is directly render. And it has to stop it UI. Added support for iterative textures, mesh renderer, submesh, added change to allow you to attach sync, enable flexible arrow size, improved shader encoding, graphics, improved mesh combine meshes. In forward rendering, you no longer fetches white shadow marks. You can now directly render and sample. And added a checkbox to Unity iOS plugin importer when check plugin. Added a default camera uses description. Added change to allow to manipulate character position when hide mobile info set. Added added improved iCloud compatibility support, improved shader compilation, and improved support for place specification, UIs plugin imported extension updated UIs, and improved error message in YML, improved error handling, added support for Mac, allow surface data particles, override preferred values are now indicate island in the spectrum. Added scripting callback, script improved the response, tell you scripting missing when possible. Improve performance, find object person large game object count. Added more guy. Let's begin 2018.2 features. Add option to sprite render to allow sorting of sprite renders by center or by its pivot point. Added support for hexagonal layout for grid layout. Added comma hexagonal layout. Added command line option set default platform texture format to set default texture format prior to importing or building, allowing the user to avoid importing twice. Once the system default texture format, then second time for the desired one. Only Android is currently supported. Expect a single parameter from DXT on Android. Added support for using Java source files as plugin in Unity. These files are compiled and clean. Awesome. This is the great feature. Create a separate APK for each CPU architecture. Let's begin 2018.2 features. Add option to sprite render to allow sorting of sprite renders by its center or by its pivot point. Added support for hexagonal layout for grid layout. Added comma hexagonal layout. Added command line option set default platform texture format to set default texture format prior to importing or building, allowing the user to avoid importing twice. Once the system default texture format, then second time for the desired one. Only Android is currently supported. Expect a single parameter from DXT on Android. Added support for using Java source files as plugin in Unity. These files are compiled and clean. Awesome. This is the great feature. Create a separate APK for each CPU architecture. Hmm. So let's see now 2018.3.1. Okay, 3.1. Where is it? Okay, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 3.10. Cool. It has fixes, a lot more fixes, more fixes. Mm, yep, fixes. Mhm. Fixes. We are looking at improvements, changes, or API changes. 3.7 more fixes, 3.8 fixes, 3.9 improvements. Added option to plug inspector to disable validation or manage discipline. Disable the check that emits assembly will not be loaded due to errors. Enable resolve. Enable depth buffer sharing on Windows XMR. Improvements. Skip assembly definition by slowing down the editor in general. Cool. 3.11, 12, 13, 14. That's it. Fixes. Mm, fixes. Fixes. Updated Euphoria. And last one is this. Cool. So we will move to 4, then 2019, and 2019 has 4, then 2020 has a 1. Perfect. Now let's move to 2018.4. So 2018.4 interestingly only has release notes. Okay. What about 2018.4.1? Means it only has fixes. It doesn't have a. It should be having. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. So I think 2018.4 Exectra only has the fixes with nothing else. So 4.2. Let's open that. 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7, 4.8, 4.9, 4.2, 4.11, 4.12, 4.13, 4.14, 4.15, 4.16, 4.17, 4.18. मला काय करायचं? Yeah. So release notes only. 4.4.3 also has only release notes. Fixes only. Mm.
4.4 changes are Android Gradle plugin version updated. Gradle version updated. Okay. 4.5 improvements version control added override failed checkout asset editor setting. Turned it off makes Unity not override files that can't be checked out. 4.6 Apple TV remove support for Universal Harmony remote. Supporting this controller made Siri remote and gamepad regress by producing unintended double event for button clicks. Cool. Improvement updated. 4.7 4.8 4.9 Cloud diagnose. Scene management enable prefab is disabled after upgrading to improved prefabs. Serialized iOS throws depreciated API merge conflict project is causes unable to parse file error on Progeny project of Unity 4.10 audio graphics mobile and crash unable private disable 4.11 AI performance of animation crash in animation audio is playing even when there is no audio listener in the same editor crash and material scripting crash in Java other category is not shown in the project file so enable prefab is disabled after updating to improved prefabs. Teams merge conflict in project version when the registry values for time zone key name is empty. Unity web request send web request crashes when opening local file with prefix. Known issues 4.12 AI performance navmesh asset importer crash on marshalling crash other content not shown the player graph 4.13 only has known issues then 4.14 has known issues then 4.15 section with physics also runs at very low fps again 4.16 lot of errors fixed then 4.17 okay what was that error known bug animator dot update CPU spikes when multiple animations are playing cool 4.18 4.19 4.20 4.21 4.22 4.23 4.24 4.25 4.26 4.27 if any tools are not installed through the hub Mac OS by default security 4.20 4.22 4.23 4.24 4.25. Then 4.27 and 4.28 is the last of Unity 2018 and it has a lot of known issues. Okay, cool. Hope they fix it in the 2019. So let's move to the 2019.1. Release note minimum Mac OS version. Package manager UI is now core package timeline lightweight. Features added Android notch cutout support to screen.safe area. Added Android OpenGL 3.2 support. Added script only patching functionality which sends only script related changes to the device instead of repackaging the API. Cool, this is good one. Added support for ASTC. Added Android device set sustained performance mode to API enable. Enable redistribution of Android SDK. Added new scene view camera setting menu control field of view camera speed camera easing while moving zooming and fly through the mouse scroll will adjust as camera speed. Added a new shortcut manager window for managing keyboard sound. Added a search field to console for filtering output by keyword. Added checkboxes to the gizmos menu for selecting deselecting all gizmos in the given selection. Added new editor tools API for creating custom tools that behave like a native tools. The available custom editor tools button in the scene view toolbar opens up custom tool menu. The component editor tools panel is the same scene view shows available custom tools for the current selection. Editor added pre-checkout and pre-submit user-specified callbacks for VCS integration allows user to create callbacks that can modify assets list and change set selection description at checkout and submit time. Pre-checkout callback can add and remove assets from the list of those that will be checked out. Create a new change set to check the specified asset list and nominate return false from the callback to block checkout. Pre-submit callbacks can add and remove assets from the list of those that will be submitted. Create a new change set to submit specified asset list. Nominate an existing change set to submit specified asset list. Rename an existing change set. Return false for callback to block submission. Editor added scene view visibility control to the hierarchy view windows controlling the visibility of game object in the scene view. Users can toggle individual game objects or individual their children. A global visibility toggle hides shows everything in the scene. Added support for referencing assembling definition of GUID instead of assembly names. User can enable this setting by use GUID property and assembly definition. This is now default setting for new assembly definition. Edit added C# 7.3 newer processor directory when compiling for 7.3. Expose advanced drop-down API for implementing searchable add component style drop-downs. Made editor on demand shader compilation asynchronous, not blocking the editor while compiling the shader on the first time uses. Rendering happens with a replacement shader until the actual shader window available. To enable disable this feature, asynchronous shader compilation. Okay. Okay. Editor made links clickable in the console stack trash. Clicking the link opens the source code at any line for any function. Rewriting C Sharp project files to disk now logs messages prefixed with C Sharp project to editor log. This makes it easier to determine why project gets reloaded in C Sharp IDs. Script recompiles triggers by in internal unit system how log messages predefined, added an option to limit the number of generated light maps to group of game objects, added multiple important sampling of environment to progressive CPU light mapper, added support for NVIDIA OptiX AI accelerated dinosaur. The OptiX AI accelerated dinosaur is a deep learning based dinosaur trained on a library path trace image. It is substance improvement over existing filter option, especially low sample counts, and it is resilient to leaking. It is currently only available on Windows and only runs on compatible NVIDIA GPUs. GPU Light Mapper added support for double-sided GI flags on materials. GPU Light Mapper added support for shadow casting and receiving on messages. Graphics added an interface to pass camera buffers from SRP to VFX graph so that screen space behaviors can be used, for example, depth collision. Added API support for setting entire constant buffer contents at once. Added experimental support for any GPU formats for render texture. Added initial sparse texture support for Vulkan. Added internal support for lossless texture comparison in Maple's Metal API, which added native rendering plugin for Vulkan. Added pre-warm features to visual effect graphs, which you can use to run several frames of simulation before first render. Added speed tree hooks. Added SRP batcher instance rendering support on Vulkan. Added support for dynamic resolution feature. Frame debugger now support SRP batcher. Handle animation of expose integer and named object. OpenGL Core and OpenGL 3.1 now full support C buffer in shaders. SRP batcher is now supported on OpenGL Core, enabling rendering over the native UI and added support for preserve frame buffer alpha for iOS. Added wide color gamut support for Vulkan. Package manager added package manifester inspector. Ah, particles. Added experimental support for using C-sharp job system to manipulate particle data. Added separate gravity setting for closed simulation. Added methods to determine the closest point to a collider TD. Added added Unity editor experimental networking player connection editor GUI attached to player dropdown to public API to offer one-stop solution to display and change the player that the editor is attached to. Added experimental support for incremental garbage collector to avoid garbage collection spike. Enable incremental garbage collector on Universal Windows platform. Added support for blend weights and blend dense semantic in vertex shaders. Added user variant directories. Added API support for creating and manipulating animation curves on tracks. Added signals and markets to timeline. Timeline has become inbuilt built-in package. UI elements added progress bar control. Added USS support for styling background image. Added UI element API for experimental into full release. Universal Windows Platform added support for building ARM64 applications, added video support, then added UI elements. So this library is added for runtime only. So let's see if 2019 other versions or 2020 has enabled for UI elements runtime. It will be game changer. Backward compatibility breaking changes. Grid cell size Z value asymmetry made bleed mode forced to never bleed when SRP is active. Increase required Android build tool to 2018. Generate backface. Alright, that's fine. Then improvements added grade point sorting attribute to allow user to specify the sorting of game objects listed in the active tile map list of tile palette. Android add keystrokes dedicated location option, added symlink sources in the build setting window. This enables Java and Kotlin files to be directly referenced from Unity projects in exported Gradle project. Added a check for Vulkan device, added Vulkan renderer, disable various Adreno Vulkan driver, enumerated all Android audio input device options, including the lowest latency option, which can be selected via the name Android voice recognition input. Implemented native Syntrace profiling support, improved IL2 CPP player startup by 200 ms for second and later launches, made the number of worker thread adjust dynamically according to number of online cores, made the ProGuard mapping file save at the same location after building the APK. More devices can use OpenSL instead of audio track. This reduces audio input and output latency. Added experimental methods to animation play. Added property avatar human description. Aligned all animator state machine nodes on the grid. Change default state machine node width so that all the nodes align vertically. Implemented shift click and right click context menu to avoid properties in animation window without closing pop-up. Enumerated all Android input devices option including lower latency which can be selected via audio animation. Improved performance of Avatar Builder. Unity now adds transform stream handle bound to transform dynamically at runtime. This improves support for animation jobs. Upgraded the animation window preview playback engine to the use the playable API asset import. Added support for cameras in SketchUp importer. Asset importer extend optimize mesh option on model asset import setting to allow you to independently control optimization of vertex order and polygon order rather than using the same flag for both node. Performance improvements on to the underlying mesh optimization code might cause Unity to generate vertices in a different order than in previous Unity version. If you rely on vertex ordering in the optimization version such as vertex may be aware of that you might need to regenerate this data. Improved performance of DXT asset pipeline. Scriptable objects that are loaded before refresh import will after a refresh import be reloaded if the underlying asset had been modified before the refresh import. This means that after the refresh scriptables objects will have to modify values from modified asset. Before this change the scriptable object would get null value. Compute star added new functionality to allow Unity to use more of the scripting command buffer utility function with command buffers executed on its async compute. Added the concept of execution flag to command buffer to describe how they should execute and allow for better error handling when those command buffers are built in script. This allows for generating exceptions when adding command not for valid for async compute. Added in editor detection for potential GPU deadlock cases where you create GPU fence in one command buffer but then never execute that command buffer. Added a confirmation prompt when you delete a shortcut profile through the shortcut message. Added a keyboard shortcut for the submit button on the change sheet submission window and for commonly used VCS operation. Added field of view axis selection drop down in camera inspector. Added clear on build option in console. Assembly definition file inspector. Assembly definition reference assembly difference define constraints like now reorderable when editing a single assembly definition file. Improved detecting of Visual Studio for Mac detecting when Visual Studio app file name contains suffix. Improved performance of the model importer inspector material remapping section. Improved performance when interacting with model inspector with some large meshes. Improved the performance of the UI elements renderer. Made the column resizable in the shortcuts manager command list.
Added texture type validation built-in metal API validation feature. Moved camera easing option to camera setting in scene view for preferences. Reworked Android keystroke and key creation UI. Added support for shadow mask for rectangular area lights in progressive light map. Added support for user-defined range for area lights. Enable GPU light mapper. GPU light mapper now dumps a memory report. Light map gizmos are now affected by post-processing. Optimize baking of low occupancy light maps when using the GPU light mapper graphics. Added filtering for sorting layers to the script render context. Added fix to remove stalling on the renderer thread when loading large textures. Added mixed area lights on cull results. This enables mixed rectangular lights in HDPR. Added rendering graphics setting real-time direct rectangular area lights to scriptable render pipeline. This provides direct real-time area lighting. Added SRP hook for detailed rendering shaders. Added support for dynamic resolution scaling to the lightweight render pipeline. Change the motion vector behavior when the excluded motion vector flag is on one. Motion vector no longer skips nodes that only have camera motion. Motion vector now only skips submeshes with explicit motion vector pass. Embedded import and scaling models with up to 32 bone weight. Frame debugger now displays shader properties for compute shader dispatch. Graphics fences are now available in Vulkan. Made changes so that mesh creation perform our terrain details. Dynamic resolution render surface to use heap allocation with aliasing to improve performance and with memory leak uses. Moved immutable buffers and most textures from using managed storage into private memory storage to improve performance and CPU memory. Applied a second iteration on the metal heap allocation management to make it more fine-grained. Unity now defers creation of command buffers and render encodes until it actually needs them. Moved creation of textures during async load on PCDX, not evaluating the light rectangles for oblique projection matrix. Replace shader selection dropdown in material asset. Remap the draw procedural script API. Draw procedural now replaces the existing API because it submits draw calls immediately. The new draw procedural API submits calls to color, shadows, or reflection. This now matches added overloads of draw procedural that take an index buffer. Unity now supports texture bitmap streaming in editor mode. Texture streaming is enabled in the editor setting. Updated is TC texture compressor with fast multi-core compression. Graphics.bleed and command buffer.bleed now support bleeding to and from texture arrays. Improve runtime performance when script debug is enabled. Improve performance of code generated by IL2 CPP by 20%. Setting IL2 CPP compiler config to master will now enable link time optimization on Mac, Android, and WebGL. Added access Wi-Fi capability to Xcode API. Added device generation enums for 2018 iPad Pro. Added launch screen. Added launch screen image fields for iPhone XS, XS Max. Added support for iPhone XS, XS Max DPI and device detection. Refactored iOS device generating parsing. Added support for RGBM and native HDPR lightmap. Made vsync handling in macOS standalone players more stable. Package manager editor.log now logs project load time. Package editor enable package manager traces command augmented. Introducing scope registry feature. This empowers users to host their own package in local private registry. This is an experimental. The package manager is not updated for this feature. Okay, we can check that. Use package manager 2.1 support maximize minimize. You can now save the package manager as maximize window in your editor. Keep track of selected built-in package. Perform last select a filter fixed UI layout. Package manager remove reference to package and package manager in the extension manager logs to avoid confusion between new package manager system. The package manager now displays dependent packages on corresponding object picker particular added new mode to render texture sheet animation that allows animation to be specific to each mesh a particular is using. Added missing script API for external forces influencer slash expose missing external force model properties to script API. Expose particle mesh indices to script so you can get and set which mesh each particle is using. Expose particle mesh indices to shadows so you know which mesh each particle is using. Added collision contact count to retrieve number of contacts. Get contact array. Added info section to rigid body inspector view to let you know examine the current velocity center of mass initial tension. Added overload of rigid body move rotation that accept a quarter region. Added on engine no longer create any GC allocation. Wow, no longer getting GC allocation. Cool. The inspector info section for rigid body 2D and renewable components now remain expanded when entering and exiting play mode or moving between components. Preloading is now supported for any native plugins. Added plugin porter dot is preloaded. When you double click a plugin it now opens. Added method prefab has prefab instance any overrides to quickly check if there is override. Show a auto saving patch next to the auto save when duration is over. You now edit the root game object of prefab directly on project browser without going to and supports multi-game object editing as well. Added semaphore wait for signal. Added monojit just-in-time domain unload profiler markers. Added profiler markers for static constructor. Enable automatic scripting threads profiling for ILC2PP. Increase minimum memory uses for profiler to 4 MB in players and 64 MB in the editor. The Unity profiler now shows the amount of time until the next frame consistently across all the player performs regardless of how vsync is implemented. Added PES for input touchpad mouse sensitivity to provide sensitivity support for touchpad pointer emulation. Added ability to create native arrays of bool, char and types of content bool. Added support for Visual Studio 20 code editor. Upgraded support for 7.3 targeting 4.x equivalent. Define Unity separate texture sampler. Improved shader debugging. Moved 38 built-in keywords to local keyword. The shader inspector now displays global and local shader. Shaders can now include files from package directly like include package name include terrain, added directory bias, added hotkeys, made changes, added volume, made performance improvement timeline, and adding ability to modify the UI dropdowns alpha fade, adding ability to use sprite type mesh, removing option to sprite packaging tag, universal Windows platform added support for building player with Visual Studio, added executable only build type which allows you to build without creating a Visual Studio project. Improved the platform string documentation for set get clear target setting methods in the video clip importer. Added support to write in append mode download handler file. Unity web request now supports content led to download handle script. Added multi-threaded compatibility check. Added quit function support the Unity instance. Added now returns JavaScript promise. XR enable depth, XR wireframe, Foria, implement a single pass development in automatically select single pass Android wireflip issue. API changes. 2D added new property texture generation secondary, added new property texture importer, added new struct unit engine secondary sprite texture which implements texture to and shader, added Android API 28.5, added Android just JNI method to use isbyte parameter return isbyte values, depreciated Android JNI, removed public API from JVM, animator get input weight, made playable delay feature, made writing to scene handle obsolete, supports remap asset, added more API points, transform handle, added new API, added compilation pipeline, added editor application, get mono viewers with missing script count, me to use remove with their missing script from game object,
Handles transform handle. Ended in a shortcut management API. Blocked illegal high shortcut high profile expose project with until create a script asset from template file. Fixed input fields for sliders that have width lower than 150 with no label. Renamed scene view camera setting. Added gizmos.exposure texture. Added simulation function to fast forward visual effect. Added variant static function. Added graphics and command buffer methods. Added texture to the property. Texture to the normal texture. Added Unity engine rendering graphics fans to replace GPU. Camera horizontal to vertical field of view. Added camera dot vertical to horizontal field of view. Added material compute CRC get dependency. Added sorting layer to filter render setting for filtering sorting layer script table rendering context. Export setting for number of jobs used when using Oculus GPU fans. Replace with Unity engine rendering dot graphic fans. Added new constructor on resize callbacks when parameter resizer is manipulated. Added can accept drop. Added on resized. Added renameable capability graph element. Graph view dot get element by GUID now type tree. Added display function package memory intended profile and memory. Back memory and added network expose type property by added rigid border set rotation to allow you to set angle rotation degrees. Added set rotation quaternion to allow to rotations. Added method override to provide niche recast supports recast. Added physics method overlay supports line cast, raycast, box cut, circle cast, capsule cast, overlay. Added physics in 2D point overlays. Added polygon collider 2D method now overloads the provider list support get path and set path. Rigid body 2D method overloads provide physics. Note that only non-allocating types are available. Expose physics.get ignore collision class for checking whether the collision detection system ignores all collision between two collisions. Added an editor only method playable output get editor's name to get the playable output name. Added frame data effective play state to pass the accumulated play state of a playable. Depreciated resolution dialog setting. Player settings display resolution dialog. Player setting resolution dialog banner. Added profiler emit frame metadata API for saving arbitrary data to profiler stream and reading it in the editor. Expose the editor UI used to connect to a player from the profiler to console window. Expose Unity editor profiling hierarchy frame data view API for CPU profiling data and hierarchy view. Extended hierarchy frame data view. Added a garbage collector dot is incremental. Garbage collector is incremental time slice nanoseconds and garbage collector dot collect incremental. Added functions to the shader util class to retrieve and clear errors warning from shader compilation. Also added shader message class to provide error warnings. Added the shader find pass tag value method for querying pass tags. Pass count property will return number of shader pass. Made shaders include path, terrain added hotkey terrain, added new version of the terrain tool show brush UI, added non-allocating versions, added new callbacks API, added new terrain data API to modify terrain texture data, terrain depreciated in a plane, timeline expose methods for creating animation curves, expose methods for working infinite animation track, expose foot icon, added command to set single pass. That's it from 2019. So not much in terms of the features, but yeah, quite a good improvements in graphics side. So they are trying to at that time they were trying to cope up with the Unreal Engine's graphics capability. So it was fair enough that they focused more on the graphics side. So let's see what are the
what are the these ones? What is it called? Yeah, one, two, three, four, five, six fixes. What it has is also a fixes. What was the fix for Android? 1.3, 1.4, Anomalies, Black Bar, Shadow, 1.6, 1.8, 1.9, 1.10, नीच तो शानदार वाला से 1.12, 1.13 and 14. 1.7 has okay, changes are there on 1.7. Android Gradle plugin updated. Gradle version added player setting for rewarding bit blitz swap chain, which was used before, enable several single and transparent window to use once again. Added GPUI support for Occlusion Quest and Go. 1.9, nothing changes. A warning when multiple subclass are removed at the same time, the resulting file ID. Cool. Then 1.10, nothing much. 1.11 and 1.12 and the 1.14 has nothing. So yeah, that's it from 2019.1.1 and following series. And now we will move to 2019.2. Let's move to 2019.2. So here are release notes. Features today added secondary texture model to the sprite editor. The sprite editor window is now available as package. Added Android AAB file size validation to Android app bundles. You can disable this in the Android player setting. One about app bundle size and adjust the maximum size. Added optimized frame pacing. Added a selection filter to the animation window to only show properties and curve selected objects. Added VS Code and Rider Code edition integrated as package. Updated behavior so that when you double click on C# compile message in the compile console window in Visual Studio. Updated behavior so that when you double click on C# compile message in the Windows console in Visual Studio. Added static scene tracing which lets the user choose whether game objects that contribute to global illuminate should receive GI from Lightning. Added support for multiple important sampling the environment to the GPU Lightmapper. Added support for cross-platform Intel Lightmapper denoiser. Added speed tree support for scriptable render pipeline. Added support for all GPU formats for render texture with Vulkan. Added support for partial mipmap. Added client to worker multi-thread rendering support for OpenGL as ES2 entry. Added ability to show hide packages in the project window and the object picker. Upgrade the cloth library to NVDA. Added support for assembly definition.
Added UI elements, added core pieces to support motion vectors. 2D updated 2D project backward compatibility breaking changes. Android depreciated x86 support. Increase minimum Vulkan API. Change evaluation order to evaluate constraint before late update script. Added a warning when multiple sub-assets are imported with the same name or type. This often happens when importing models with multiple meshes or materials that have the same name in the FBX. The resulting file entity reference may break and change if Unity re-imports them and finds a new sub-asset with the same name before finding the existing one. Starting with the Unity 2019.3, you need an external plugin to import Cinema 4D files from in Unity. External tools provides from okay. Change default shortcut for stage go back from O to H to avoid shortcut conflicts in project templates. Remove most of the legacy module manager. Only extension module is located in Unity installs are loaded now. Vue GUI objects use object factory to default preset. Added rendering layer mask. Added support for graphics, API switching when restarting Unity, asynchronous shader compilation. Bleed now never uses Xen dummy shader. Prefabs created dragging into hierarchy are now present to correct parent. Made an recommended Visual Studio upgrade. Made garbage collector.gc mode property only through exception on unsupported platform when trying to change its value, not when reading it. Clip properties can no longer be animated by recording. Moved Euphoria support to package. Improvements. Added toggle switch to grid brush for model change. Added multi-texture support to sprite shape renderer. Added multi-texture support to tile map renderer. Create tile map palette attribute to allow user to specify how and what tiles created when dragging assets onto the palette window. Expose grid printing state API to allow users programmatically change tile palette painting. Enable Vulkan support for optimized frame pacing on Android. Implemented screen brightness property for Android users. Improved performance of starting string marshalling. Added Android Java API built-in packages. Reduce ARM7 code size by 20%. Small reduction in job overhead when few cores are being used. The Unity video player may now be used with Vulkan renderer. When set to true, you can mimic touchscreen keyboard. Hide input by drawing an input field outside of the screen. Added a contextual menu option that jumps to a specific animator controller state while live link is enabled. Added selection filter that shows properties and animation curves for only selected game objects. Added an option to hide read-only clips, property and animation curves. Added visibility feedback to the animator inspector. Added visual feedback and keyboard shortcuts for the ribbon option in the animation window. Updated animation window to preview and author animation C# job constraint. Added new cancel option for changing the import settings for assets in addition to apply and revert. The cancel option is default when pressing or closing the pop-up. Compressor quality can now set in the texture asset import setting. In undo and redo are now available on the import setting window. Updated SketchUp SDK, improved performance of async texture loading. Enable code coverage option in general preference. Added a pop-up and console warning notifies users that enabling coverage slows performance. Added message box whenever the OS fails to delete an asset when deleted from the project browser. Added a proxy icon currently open scene. Added a toggle to the scene camera setting. Added RS6 merge support for revision controlled if merge. Added new option to expand collapse components in the inspector context menu. Added shortcut for scene visibility. Expose project window or create script asset from template file. This function allows scripts to create a new text-based asset from template file similar to how C# built script templates is used to create new Monovier classes. Okay. Made Pro Builder a recommended package. Made a render dock capture button in the scene view. Moved camera easing option from preferences to camera setting in the scene view. Optimize inspector refresh after entering play mode. Reduce the number of key presses in order to start rebind in shortcut manager. Added in none mode to emissive GI contribution in the standard shader. Added mixed area light to culling result which enabled mixed rectangular lights on in HDRP. Added rendering graphics setting Improved baking speed for progressive light mapper in case with many light props sit in the scene. Improved GUI light mapper performance by generating many rays per pixel. For indirect lighting, optimize direct lighting by using compaction. GI improved light mapper performance by generating many rays, optimize time to first lit pixel. Real-time GI now uses correct time of reduce GPU memory footprint for the GPU light mapper when making light map. GPU light mapper now supports optics AI denoiser, upgrade optics AI, added profiler markers for the Unity, added sprite mesh support for custom splash screen logo. You can now use tight mesh mode and vector sprites. Added SRP hooks for detailed rendering, added support for dynamic resolution scaling to lightweight rendering pipeline, added ability to disable the blur on the made with Unity's splash screen background, asynchronous shader compilation, minimize cyan dummy shader, prefer the creation of command buffers and render encoders, improved performance of asynchronous texture loading on the PS4 by fixing rendering. The SRP Batcher is now supported in Xbox DirectX 11. You can now use SRP Batcher on OpenGL 4.2 and OpenGL ES 3.1 Plus. Added new iOS device. Added support for profiler. Added low profile mode. Enabled want software dimming properties. iOS.device only. Can now select architecture for native plugins for iOS and replay kit improvements. For local recordings, we can now capture the local camera on our screen. The size of the preview window overlay can now be adjusted. Is preview controller active? Replay kit, pause broadcasting, resume broadcasting, improve the performance of the internal matrix 4x innovate method that rendering and cameras primarily use. Native plugins with the DYLib file extension are now supported. Improved performance of async texture loading on iOS to remove rendering stall when text 2D textures are created. Added support to include built-in packages in the package project dependency of other packages. Improved package visibility in the project view and object picker. Improved undo, redo, and cancel button handling in the package manifest importer window. Install modules now appear in the dependency list alongside package dependencies. Made missing external forces module properties available in scripting API. Upgraded the cloth library to use NVDI. Added a Unity companion license to the plugin API header. Added names to the Unity created threads. Added reduce profiler overhead when flushing data from job threads. Added single threaded platform support to memory profiler. Made players show up consistently in the profiler list when there are a lot of players running in the same network. Profiler provide dynamic code information, improve PS4 additional content to support multiple products, enable incremental garbage collector in the editor. The managed debugger now outputs the network port it's listening to the player log. Define Unity separate texture sampler, moved build it built-in keywords to local, made changes such that system no longer generates base map, made changes to allow local keywords, removed the terrain material enum type, added mute track group, added new user interface, added ability to modify the UI dropdown alpha fade, added ability to modify the number of pixels per unit used when calculating sliced and style sprites, removed sprite packing tag option from the texture importer when not using the legacy packing mode, prevented exceptions thrown by user code from corrupting the UI renderer. Improve the documentation for the platform string used by video clip importer methods. Added a player setting for reverting to Blitz swap chain model which was used before 2019.1. This enables several scenarios like transparent window to be used once again. Added GPU profiler support for Oculus Quest and Oculus Go. Added low overhead mode setting to Oculus to do less driver validation which can potentially increase performance. Moved the Google VR Cardboard updated Oculus, updated Euphoria, API changes, added get age and neighbors method in the navmesh query class for retrieving the shape of given node and all the navigation nodes which is connected to the method can be called in jobs. Added support for JNI weak references. Asset importer added an API in the model importer to prevent game objects from being sorted by name in imported game object hierarchies. Added API for scene visibility.
Added more API endpoints for transform handle to allow granular control over which handles appears. Added new API to better detect and control async shader compilation in the editor. Assembly builder references option. Added asset database open assets to overload take both line numbers and column numbers. Game objects utility.get monobeer with missing script count. Added material editor the custom shader GUI. Changing the display name enum values. Renamed scene view camera setting to scene view.camera settings. Replace editor tool on activate method on open asset attribute now support method signature. Added gizmos.exposure. Made it so you can lightmap parameters. Added the static function inverse 3D fin. Change the SRP signature of begin camera rendering and begin frame rendering. The function unsafe utility.mem CPI replicate no longer logs a failed assertion or raises an exception. Added screen cutouts which displays cutout bounding boxes. Application.absolute URL property and application.deep link activated event which handles application activation via deep link. Added an editor API. Package manager package info.find for asset path. Added try get component API to game object component classes that do not allocate editor. Added Unity editor.type cache API. Added the shader find pass tag method. Added the shader pass count property for retrieving the number of shader passes of the active subshader. Added a non-allocation version override to the new terrain data. Added new callback API to monitor changes to terrain texture. Terrain API.terrain callbacks.height map change. Terrain added new terrain data API to modify terrain textures more easily. Terrain dirty height map region. Terrain timeline expose terrain layer layout inspo. Added foot inverse kinematic timeline animation clip. Added clip editor, track editor, marker editor, classes to Unity editor. Track asset muted hierarchy. Video added overload of media encoder.add frame to accept timestamp for producing video variable frame rate movies. The timestamp are expressed with the new media timestamp. Added the sRGB clip property to video clip importer. Added the time.capture delta time in more precision. Floating point reciprocal. The time.capture frame rate. XR setting property XR setting dot device I texture dimension which allows it to determine what the XR platform swaps chain texture layout is. Added Unity initialize output stereo I index the built-in shader macros to allow. Added XR device dot update I texture anti-aliasing settings to force the HMD swap chain to be reallocated when MSA sample count is changed. There are a lot of known issues in 2019.2.3F. Annual when disable auto upgrade to improve prefab. 2019 2.4 known issues. App crashes on a launch if old ILP files from release note known issues still not fixed. Let's see if it gets ever fixed 2.6, 2.7, 2.8, 2.9, 2.10, 2.11, 2.12, 2.13, 2.14, 2.15, 2.16, 2.17, 2.18, 2.19, 2.20, 2.20. So 2.6 has known issues, same yet not solved. Then 2.7 known issues are seems to be reduced more. Improvements DS graph optionally allow execution of unattached subgraphs, improved information about shader compilation in the profiler. 2.8 known issues are there, no fixes. 2.9 known issues. 2.10 only known issues and the fixes. 2.11 known issues, system requirements. 2.12 fixes. 2.13 known issues. 2.16 2.17 2.18 2.19 2.20 Mac computer running minimum Mac OS, Android SDK and Java development. 2019 2.21 2019 1.3. So one more big edition release 2019.3. So let's go through its features and improvements. Minimum supported Android version is now entered 4.4. Option to target has now been removed. Minimum version incremented to 10 from 9. Cool 2D. The following 2D packages are now verified packages: sprite shape, animation, PSD importer, pixel perfect, path, and common. Nice. A lot of 2D improvements. Android com.unity mobile.android locked is now verified package. Cool. Unity as library enables you to integrate. Android Unity as library enables you to integrate Unity with other native Android. Set import, added new material import mode to model importer. DX2 added force editor. A new column in the hierarchy window allows user to enable disable objects picking in the scene view. An object that is not pickable will still be visible in the scene. A new column in the hierarchy window allows user to enable disable object picking in the scene view.
An object that is not pickable will still be visible in the scene but is ignored by clicking drag and drop select interactions icons in the object picking. Okay, new $100 to enable disable object picking in the scene. An object that is not pickable will still be visible but ignored by the clicking and drag. Okay, nice. Refresh editor theme, new editor UI. Nice. Editor. Users can now disable domain reload and scene reload when entering play mode. This can speed up iteration in the editor. Users can now set UI scaling on Windows across editor. Added AMD Radeon Pro image filter, AI Dino CPU and GPU Pro and currently Windows and AMD hardware only. Added an experimental API for modular light bake. Added submesh support in GPU light mapper. Added support for baking box pyramid. Added light props from scene merge with light prop that tetrahedralize. Added ability to specify custom mesh vertex data format. Ability to specify mesh submesh information directly. Added an experimental ray tracing API. Added graphics.draw mesh graphics.draw mesh instance procedural in similar to draw mesh instance in the indirect. Added skinned mesh renderer support in SRP batcher. Added support for customizable initial event name visual effect. On-demand rendering ability to rendering speed independently from other engine update. Unity as a library enables you to integrate Unity with other native iOS applications. Added as a library enables to integrate with other network. Okay. Added jobs utility dot reset job worker count to reset job worker count in the Unity adjusted value. Set the main job queue worker thread count from the command line or boot config using job worker count. Added jobs utility dot worker thread maximum count to inspector. Added IL2 CPP scripting backend support for Linux standalone. Unity can now generate export project for Mac OS standalone build. Added a unit encryption support. Addressable now verified package. Package manager added diagnose button to the Unity package manager dialog. Warning of critical failure. Clicking the diagnose button now launches the package manager diagnostic tool and closes Unity. Package manager added support for asset store packages in the package manager UI with the new my asset filter. Added the ability to add packages from tarball in the package manager window. Package manager asset store package now visible in the inspector package manager UI through the new my asset filter. Package and enable UI support for Git package installation in the package manager window. Particles ability to save and restore particle system state data make it possible to save snapshot of entire particle system at point in time. A use case for that this is efficient rewind support by saving periodic keyframes of particular state to avoid full resimulation. Bring manage job support for particle system out of experimental status. Note that this release removes the particle system.setJob and clearJob API and replaces them with monobehavior.on particle update job schedule, which is a new place to schedule manage particle system job. This brings us accuracy improvements, some better performance in a variety class. Additionally, we expose few features like R-tree, new broad phase algorithm that faster than sweep and prone in most cases, a new solver that's good for reducing joints issues, a new physics.bake mesh function to pre-cook. Player.com.unity adaptive performance is now verified package. Com.unity adaptive performance.samsung.android is now verified package. Added deep profiler support to mono and IL2 CPP players. Added deep profiler support to mono and IL2 CPP players. Profiler added deep profiling support build option to players. When you build a player with deep profiling, C# node code instrumentation can be dynamically enabled and disabled. Added managed allocation call stack support in players. When you enable call stack collection, gc.alloc sample contains C# code call stack. Added support for manage allocation call stacks in players. Now in Unity Terrain you can create holes, letting you better create blend custom meshes into environment. Cool. We can paint holes in Unity. Timeline. Added pane auto scrolling option in the timeline window. Added auto scroll option. Timeline lock is now working as mute works. Unity UI is now packaged. The package documentation available. Added pointer events. New floating tool windows are available for graph window base. Users can now assign different top left, right, and bottom border colors to UI. Users can now assign different top left, right, bottom border colors to UI. Universal Windows Platform enable device portal support. HMD display is now supported for Windows 10 API changes. Added Unity Editor dot Android Android external tool setting to control external tools. Added animator add jobs dependencies to allow users to run job prior to animator window. Change mood animation C# jobs out of experimental namespace. Added the collect imported dependencies attribute to allow user to set up dependencies on imported asset. Added while importing a model, you can now use model inspector. Rename the model importer material import once dot import enum. Asset pipeline added the experimental asset database helper database experimental dot get available importer types. Added new audio setting dot mobile dot interface to detect mute state on Android iOS and to start audio output rate to reduce energy consumption. Added expose packed assets class as a part of build report used for asset bundle. Absolute content build interface dot prepare. Absolute replace content builder interface. Then added initialize on enter play mode attribute. Editor tool dot on editor dot clear and added utility, added new default API or preset that works with a list of instead of single preset and support default filtering. Absolute mark the Unity editor internal editor utility request script reload. Remove editor snap setting. Added light mapping not lightning data update. Added API to set environment sample count for a progressive light mapper. Added building on the use color temperature property of the light. Added command buffer API to control single pass instancing multiplier. Added support. Added index support to color 32 struct. Added initial event support for visual effect. Added system.info support ray tracing. Expose the default red, green, linear texture object via texture 2D.red, gray, and linear gray properties. Added moved shader property API from Unity Editor.shader utils to Unity Editor engine.shader to make them available in players. Find property index, get property attributes, get property count, get property type, get property name, graphic change, remove experimental tag, visual effect, visual VFX manager, remove GPU skinning on direct platforms to compute skinning, remove render pipeline manager, depreciated OpenGL and depreciated, added Android utility dot job dot low level unsafe job worker count, added Unity jobs dot low level unsafe reset worker count, added the new Unity editor package manager dot UI window dot open function to open the package manager window to a selected package. Absolute rename the recommended property verified on the Unity verified dot package info. Added the ability to create standard mesh from Unity any collider 2D using collider.create mesh. Added the ability to generate hash value for any collider 2D dot geometry using collider 2D dot get shape hash. Absolute depreciated playable output set source output port in favor of playable output dot set source output. Added editor connection dot unregistered connection. Added editor user build setting and wait for manage debugger. Added the try get component API to game object and component classes that do not allocate in the editor when component does not exist.
Added platform-specific open file at line to allow platform-specific ways of executing applications. Added expose API documentation for serialized reference. Marks shader.shader-util.clear shader errors obsolete and replace it with shader-util.clear shader message. Added support for customer gather and scatter operation to the Terrain API. Added Unity Engine timeline.i layerable interface. Implement this interface to have custom track support multiple layers. Absolute button dot on click is now absolute. Use button dot clicked instead. Okay. Video removed movie texture class and API. Added mirror view blitz support to display subsystem C sharp. Added more cross-platform common stack to display subsystem C sharp API. Android when installed with Unity recommend is selected in the editor tool preferences window. The expected path is not available. Don't look for alternative path. Improved error message. Improved error message for class when an Android application fails to load libmarine.so. Unity now prints fail to load in application will terminate an exception from system.load library with detailed information where the application was looking for libmarine.so. Minimum supported Android version is now API 19. The option to target x86 has now been removed. Updated Android NDK removed the support for universal harmony remote. Added warning which when you supports multiple subclass. Preset manager now support default presets for each preset type instead of single preset. Depreciated Enlighten. Enable the rectangle tool for inline curves. Incremental GC now no longer marked as experimental. Asset menu version control submenu got moved near top of the menu. Paths outside of the Unity projects are considered to never be part of version control. Command line arguments replaced with force device index. Remove Korea built-in functionality from editor mode to package. Improvements. Add multiple texture support to sprite shape renderer. Added multiple texture support to tile map renderer. Reduce memory uses of the tile by 16 byte. Android when installed with Unity recommends when display the path when where the tool should be located. Custom Unity player activity implementations can now modify the command line arguments passed to Unity during startup. Improved sub-tracing, resolving performance by up to 30% on ARM64 IL2 CPP. Make use of ASTC decode mode OpenGL. Make use of ASTC decode. Unity now uses CPU capacity for big little core detection on device where Linux kernel supports it. You can now install Android OpenJDK via Unity Hub as separate optional component. This reduces Android support size. Added is sorting order to animation playable output to control how playable graphs execute in the animator. Expose keyframe reductions options from game object recorder.save to click. Better error reporting when audio clips fail to play. Faster import of audio files. IL2 lib version updated. LMZ lib version updated. Editor 2D and 3D collider tools are now your editor tools compatible with scene toolbar top left. 3D joint tools now 3 editor tools. 3D primitive colors now editor tools. Added enable code coverage option in general preferences. Added pop-up and conserve warning message. Enabling coverage of display code coverage in the window tier bar. Added a shortcut for the scene visibility. Added shortcut for scene view camera modes. Added support for generic Unity edit type. Added editor scene manager. Made a terminology for refer to the new and old input system input system package and input manager. Show an info box in the old input settings, suggestion to use the new one, and strongly suggestion. So if the old input system backend is turned off, special thanks to beta users. The context menu copy command now works on visible text, float, and color fills. Added extra verification for experimental or light mapping set custom back inputs API. GI graphics expose hardware device limits for binding. blind conjunction GL frame debugger away mesh scripting API import. Mesh changes to encode to PNG support 16-bit grayscale format. Mesh class got has vertex attribute. Mesh class got slice style setters. Set vertices. Mesh class set indices. Improve debug group structure. Optimize away redundant memory copy. Remove tag from graphics job setting and make it per platform setting. Set pixel data API. Texture mipmap streamlining. System now exposes calculated mipmap level. Texture to the create external texture now also accept ID3D texture. Vastly decreases time taken when ray tracing shader is executed. Minimum support for iOS version is now iOS 10. Unity now wants if you try to render mesh topology dot point metal with shader that don't have piece-size output. Improved main thread utilization as a prior for job. Introducing new serialization attribute. Added initial graphics job implementation on iOS and macOS platform. Added a new Git attributes to the package manager package info. Added conflict resolution information logging in the upm.log. Added menu extensions to the new items to the package manager UI. Added support for SCP format. Conflicts are no longer reported as errors when requested dependency of a package is satisfied by greater major version. Depreciated the package manager UI as package. Group asset in the separate package pages for my asset filter in the package manager UI. Reduce the editor's dashboard file size when the user when user when user try to enter play mode when downloading assets from asset store. On the users when they try to start downloading package from the asset store while are in the play mode. Expose the particle property in the emit parameter. Reduce the number of calls to transform dispatch system. Added remember last recording state option. Added frame count to profiler preference. Added thread drop down to hierarchy window of profiler window. Improved information about shader compilation. Reduces profiler header. Rework profiler toolbar. Records current new one. Added project name to the boot.config. Added support for or operator of for the defined constraint and imported some improved icons throw exception when calling old input API, but the old input system is turned off. Added checkbox in graphics setting. Added warning if duplicate global and local is added C sharp keyboard typing local keyword support. Added support for arbitrary size. Made changes so that painting and setting terrain height always uses world space coordinates. Scrolling horizontally can with either the mouse wheel or trackpad now pans horizontally in timelines clips area. Scrolling with either the mouse wheel or trackpad is now context sensitive in timeline if the pointer is above the clip area. Extended the image class and the background image property to support SVG image asset. Improved performance of picking operations. List view is now bindable via C Sharp and UXML. Both point and linear texture now eligible to center automatic K plus if the other criteria such as size are fulfilled as well. Below recently now linear sampling is required using point sampling will break batches. Universal Windows platform added gaze input. Version control added VCS mode to edit command line argument. Added configuration dialog. If successful server connection get lost, version control inspector object references field context menu have checked out entry when they point to an asset that is not checked out. Inspector VCS status bar has moved to the top. In addition to checkout, got add lock, unlock, submit buttons when appropriate. VCS setting inspector fields have recently used the value dropdown on WebGL videos with the non-square pixels aspect ratio now displayed correctly. So let's move to 20. So 2019 was more focused on the 2D things and like mapping and basically doing plug and play of Unity editor. So user can reduce APK size and it will be more flexible. So 2019.3.1, let's see what is that. 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.8 had known issues and fixes. 3.9 had known issues and fixes. 3.10 had known issues and fixes. 3.11 known issues and fixes. 3.10, 3.12 had a lot of fixes. Known what were the fixes? Yeah. Ended minimal incremented to 4.4. Removed the autumn CPU recommendation. Minimum version incremented to 10 from 9. And cool. Any recent extra version 5? Okay, cool. 3.11, then 3.12, 3.13, 3.14, 3.15, and then 4. Cool. So 3.12 had known issues and release notes. 3.13 also has known issues and fixes. 3.14 also having the known issues and fixes. And 3.15 had a lot of known issues and fixes. Cool. So let's move to the 3 2019.4. So okay, so it has known issues and fixes. So what 2019.4 is basically a LTS version of Unity. So it won't have the any new features. It will just be long-term supported version. So that's what this 2019.4 is. So 4.1, 4.2, 4.4, 4.3, 4.5. Changes allowed user to set zero offset. Improvements package manager dependency automatic result trivia config. Improved performance of package manager metadata request sent to registry. Make the mesh collider fast. 4.2 known issues. Unit engine that has local notifications depreciated, remote notifications depreciated, notification service depreciated. Following Apple's absolute GK player, player ID, iUser profile.id now returns GK player team player ID for iOS 12.4. Changes, improvements, improved performance of constant buffer memory allocation of Android no devices, system requirement. 4.4, known issues, fixes. For there was something for Unity games. So Unity 2019.4.4. Yeah, for you running Unity games, generally content developed with Unity can run pretty much everywhere. How will it run and depend on the complexity of your project, known issues, and yeah, improvements allows mesh to be baked so to save generated geometric data in sprite shape. Mac computer running minimum Mac, Android SDK and Java just backend requires Android NDK. 2019.4, 2019.4.5, 4.6, 4.7, 4.8, 4.9, known issues, fixes,
System requirement. 4.6 known issues, fixes, features. Input system has been added as verified package. Package may split all packages into unitary registry and package manager. 4.8 known issues, fixes. Added version argument to command line arguments which prints out Unity version to console. Improve placement of tiles in tile palette for sprite sheet. Dark theme editor preference is now available to all users. Again, nice. Release note known issues. 2017 fixes. Changes, improvements, vertex snapping in many times faster on larger scenes. It's easier to snap to vertices that are close visible without accidentally snapping to some far away occluded projects. 2019.4.9.9 known issues, then release notes, then changes. Mobile adaptive performance, automatic performance control does not lower CPU lower than 1 on Game SDK 3.2 workaround. Okay, what's Game SDK? Adaptive performance, automatic performance mode, GPU factor increase from 0.72 to 0.92. Adaptive or automatic performance mode, adaptive or automatic performance mode increase GPU active time ratio. Change documentation to make clear that changing CPU and GPU levels is risky and the automatic performance mode should be used. Exchange Game SDK wrapper with updated version, remove Game support. Updating timeline package to version 1.2, updated Windows mixed reality verified package, improved dynamic resolution performance for iOS 13. Package manager added support for returning enterprise entitlement packages from the client search all method. These packages will now show in the package manager where Unity registry section where users has entitled to use them. Camera.min is such much faster to query. Increase allows serialization depth to allow larger and more complex data models to be serialized. 4.9. Let's move to 4.10, 4.11, 4.12, and 4.13. Success and profile changes. Package manager assets that are currently discarded no longer discard arguments with potential side effects. Automatically add embedded package files to the version control system. Bump com.unity mathematics, com.unity purchasing packages, polybrush, pro builder. Improvements. Fix race condition that may occur when downloading non-primary artifacts from cache server. Load icon change to more clearly read as load. Known issues, fixes, changes. Scripting reintroduce warning that is thrown when a script that is derived from monobeer has the same name as built-in component transform. Reintroduce warning that is thrown when script that is derived from monobeer has the same name as built-in component. Improve. Update 2D template to use current verified version of 2D package as a bundle. Removed main thread file IO when loading assets bundle asynchronously. 4.12 known issues, fixes, changes. Pump Android Locked verified version. Updated timeline package version. Add soft masking to rect mask 2D. This gives rect mask some alpha fade or X pixels. Also added ability to add padding to the size of mask, allowing the for the user to extend the masking area without affecting the rect transform.
Features package manager added a UI for users to manage their scope registries from inside the editor. Also added a pop-up alert for when scope registries are added to their project from outside that scope registries management UI. The scope registries management UI is automatically opened when pop-up shows. 4.13 known issues, fixes, and API changes. Build pipeline added new API filter to subset and build reference map build uses stack set providing more control over native build data, reducing unnecessary asset bundles tools. The Oculus XR plugin patches has been updated to 1.5 improvements. Two new events added to object selector selection done. An item in the list is double clicked and object selector cancelled. The window was closed by explicitly pressing escape on the keyboard. Add a command line switch. Allow video player to use blob URLs on WebGL. Updated XR plugin management. Cool, and that's it from Unity 20. So far we have learned about 20, read the release notes of 2017, then Unity 2018, and we just finished 2019. So let's move to the recent 2020 version. 2020.1.0. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Release note known issues, fixes. Okay, there are a lot of fixes. Then fixes, more fixes, fixes. Then there are changes. Allowed users to edit the tile palette with brushes if the tile palette is unlocked and empty and the user is in edit mode. Allowed user to set 0 for the offset distance to composite collider 2D. Change the default editor line encoding to OS native for the 2D template. Change the default keyboard shortcut for animation create vertex from D to J. From C to N wet brush. Change the default resolution of 2D template to 1920 by 1080. Is the URL when selecting help for the tile class. Layout grid is now used for grid brush editor based preview calls. Packing tag based legacy packer are being depreciated and will removed in the future releases. Users are encouraged to migrate to the new Sprite Atlas or Sprite Atlas version 2 systems. Remove unused this reset bundles bounds. Rename the can change Z position and lock Z position. Updated icons used in the tile palette toolbar. Android library project plugin now required to be directories. Dynamic resolution when using Vulkan. Upgraded Android Gradle plugin to 3.6 and use enable R8 setting in Gradle properties instead of use provided in Gradle prop template. Output of debug.temporary disable when used in the burst function of pointers to avoid deadlock on domain reload. A fix for Unity editor is being developed. C# compiler warnings are no longer emitted for read-only packages. Euler angles and local Euler angles have improved precision. This may result in different equivalent rotation. Marked Unity remote as depreciated inside use project. Instead use project settings dot editor. Mark Unity remote as depreciated inside. Opening a new project browser now defaults to list view instead of icon view. This provides the best overview of asset names. Remote 3D with extra template. Revert reintroduction of on destroy and on awake calls for executed always script. When we enter play mode with the scene reload disabled. Three component is now presentable anymore. Unity projects now have a top level folder called user settings. Updated the progress bar API. When a compiler is emitted for an assembly, clear all compile errors for assembly that reference it directly or indirectly. Editor utility dot display progress bar now only shows the progress dialog after 0.13 seconds. The progress bar user interface updates every 0.1 second. This fixes performance issue that occurred when script can call display progress bar often. GI change name of lightning window to just lightning. Specifically 4GB mapper lightning setting priority view compile import for visual effect asset enable sampler precision implemented stencil binding upgrade SR package iOS launch images are no longer supported as per Apple guidelines made iOS 11 minimum support will iOS version removed ARM 32-bit support zero worker threads in the job zero worker thread is supported and boot time using command line optional boot.config. Adaptive performance fix analytics system error with unload subsystem. Adaptive performance Samsung provider game SDK 3 has different behavior when setting frequency. Adaptive performance Samsung remote game initial duty issues in 3.1 or any other is still supported. The unit uh, adaptive performance Samsung provider removed game SDK 3.1 initialization. The unit multiplayer HL API mobile adaptive performance fix analytics error mobile adaptive performance Samsung provider then added verified status to cinema machine and updated minimum version changed the design of the items in the package list to be one line split all packages into unity registry and my registries upgraded cine machines version conflicts involved direct project dependencies are now reported like any other version conflict instead of being silenced rename the profile marker material set pass uncached incremental GC is now enabled by default for new projects strong name assemblies reference only validate if assemblies is in different folders relaxed macro expansion rule is cached pre-processing for token pasting. When running with no graphics, shader will now treat all of their subshaders as not supported. Creating a new timeline will no longer automatically added in the animation track and animator to target object. Ease in and ease out objects for clips are no longer restricted to 50% of the clip duration. Updated the default timeline packages to 1.3.2. Rename menu entries of UI elements to UI toolkit. Version control, moved VCS settings to separate panel. Removed host, temporary disabling MSA level changes if required. Vulkan Unity no longer simply use the AR code client libraries. These libraries are now added as project by installing the AR SDK for Unity distributed by Google. Improvements. Added an example to the package documentation to show how to set up PSD import as the default importer in for PSD files. Added message to inform users on dependent packages when viewing certain sample scenes in the animation. Added the ability for users to specify corner properties. Added tile map, insert cells, delete cells, API for add insert rows. Thank you. Allowed game objects to be shown in the tile palette window. Allowed gizmos on from allowed gizmos from on draw gizmos to be shown in the tile palette window. Allowed reordering of the bone order in the bone influence window. This allows user to fine-tune the bone order shown in the sprite skin inspector window. Allowed sprite shape meshes to be pre-computed. Adjusted the length of the pop-up and value boxes for the weight slider window. The bone and the sprite visibility states in the skinning module. Fixed an issue where the Cine Machine per pixel perfect extension didn't work when Cine Machine brain update method was set to any other than let update. Fix collider generation allocation. Fix the issue where the sprite shape edge collider did not extend to the endpoint even if the edges do not overlap. Fix the issue with the sprite shape corner threshold. Improved calculate hash performance by not loading unnecessary object. Improved deformation of performance when collection and bus packages are installed. Improved memory allocation. Improved placement of tiles in the tile palette. Improved sample to demonstrate impact force generation. Improved sprite screen editor.ui. Made tile map change and tile map sync public. Sprites imported in the PSB format are now supported for packing even if they are inside a folder. TileMob that gets sprite now returns the currently animated sprites for animated in tile instead of initially set sprite. Updated the following 2D packages for Unity 2020. Updated for COM, Unity animation, updated on pixel perfect sprite shape. The AI box source aligned to local axis of Navmesh process faster than before when building the Navmesh. Added Android API level to Unity Editor Android SDK version. Add OpenGL ES support for frame timing manager API. Add support for GLEX texture compression. Added support for Android library projects created using current Android Studio as plugins. Avoid redundant frame buffer restores when using Vulkan. Conversion between C# and Java arrays for matching types is much faster. Documentation clarified for application.target frame rate behavior on mobile devices. Enable support for render texture format. Expand uncaught exception information. Frame rate will be decided automatically when optimized frame pacing is enabled and vsync is disabled. Improve error message for cases where Android application fails to load libmain. Improved subtracing resolving performance by up to 30% on ARM64 IL2 CPP. Support external displays when using Vulkan. Update Android Lockheed version. You update screen dot current resolution dot refresh rate in the case the display refresh rate changes. When exporting a Gradle project, IL2 generated artifacts will also be copied to the Gradle project. The IL2 CPP library will be compiled linked by Gradle. Previously, IL2 CPP library was being pre-compiled pre-linked by Unity when exporting project. This improvement gives you an ability to do debug and profile IL2 CPP files when needed. It also increases your control over build pipeline. Note if you don't export a project, IL2 CPP library will be linked by Unity as it was before. Animation added function to human pose handler in order to get and set joint transform. Added rotation to game object recorder. Added support for component custom attributes. Optimized shader import times using asynchronous compilation. Unity event can now set persistent listener on static functions from any classes. Editor add verified packages. Add cut and paste as child functionality in the scene view. Wow. Added callback for external code to append additional settings to the camera setting window in the scene. Added preferences to instantiate new game objects created through game object main menu at world origin. Added a preference to instantiate a new game object created through the game object main menu at world origin. Added ability to visualize 3D texture by handles. Added an error if method call execute method has arguments. Added multi-selection onto the console. Added options for copying and pasting position using. Added building iOS export to control export scheme options. Adding inspector interaction to use partial preset. Animation events can be copied and pasted in the animation window and model import setting animation. Clarified error messaging on events of shader compilation timeout. Clean up console window toolbar buttons. Cube map array assets now have preview in the inspector. Extend incremental numbering scheme for duplicate pasted objects to handle more naming styles. In addition to name pattern, now it supports name1, name for example duplicate duck3 now produces duck4 instead of duck3. Ah, okay, nice. This is good of the improvement. Icons in the lower right corner of the editor status bar now have tooltips. Improved GUI style extension parameter performance by 1s for 100 calls. Improved mesh preview inspire. Improved performance when dragging materials over scene view. Improved progress bars for long operations in the editor from the opening project and building game data. Improved sharpness and clarity scene view. Improved the context menu for subscenes. Improved the UI of the window and global progress bar. In the scene view camera settings window is now possible to copy paste camera placement and use entries in the widget menu. Made various UX improvement to progress bar, increase the delay for automatic busy progression bars in the Windows editor to 3 seconds. Delay is configurable in preferences. Also on Windows using Control C shortcut while progress dialog focus copy the progress text to the clipboard. Make avatar configuration make use of stage if no longer requires saving unsaved scene changes before configuring avatar.
Metal generic and exterior config stability improvement when running macOS Catalina. Naming scheme option were added to the project setting. On Windows, the editor opens a progress indicator automatically whenever it is not responsive for longer than 1 second. One-time use windows like color picker, object selector, gradient area now always opens next to the mouse position. Optimize the editor prefs API. Optimize the editor prefs API. Package manage display selectable object register with create asset menu in the add default dropdown. They can be added in the default systems. Provided access to the linked label style release quick search. Remove enable from frame timing and tight mapping streaming. Scope view custom camera is now actual field make it easier to make scene and game cameras match. Default FAV change to 60 degrees. Scene view frame selected if better frames object and handles more objects types now 2D color and everything. So audio source now mesh objects. Show additional build information with the editor version string, especially for the builds that are not in the final release. The preset manager can be used globe button to filter the imported asset path instead of only the name. The project browser search can use globe pattern, update Unity VS Code package, updated quick search to version 1.5, added UI for selecting GPU light mapper devices in the lightning window. No command line argument is needed anymore. Compressed transparency texture for GPU light mapper, 75% memory reduction for transparency textures by using RGB at 32 instead of floats. Oh, wow. GI, GI graphics. Acquire Vulkan Swapchin Sync 4 added a what's Vulkan? Added an option to HLC, added a no reason. Added API to bind constant buffer, added compressed texture, added image read back support, added mesh.mesh data where for native array was job compatible way for reading and writing mesh data, allowing using any supported GPU formats thanks to graphic format on Vulkan. Debug.drawing now callable from C# job. Frame debugger no longer expands whole scene view. Call improved internal function, get resource path performance, improved error messaging, improved Vulkan device selection, mesh.set vertices set normal PS4 to texture load faster, maybe processing is things done offline to improve load times, reduce more processing done, reduce memory allocation when using with editor, support cache, get texture loading now faster when quality settings set to reduce texture quality. Texture 3D inspector preview now has slice, volume and sign the distance field. Unified internal HDR tone mapping. Visual effect rendering can now be hidden in the scene view. Back buffer depth discarded at frame end. In case of MSA, back buffer color is simply resolved. Change built-in SIB launch screens to storyboard. When building export project GPU frame timing is disabled and if building debug.config frame capture and metal validation is enabled. API now supports adding public headers, depth, render pass enabled, fixed crash when empty file name is pressed to async read manager.read. Optimization for job system when main thread is waiting on jobs to complete. Reduce number of scheduled jobs by merging cleanup jobs. Pin devices are not supported under the new input system on the Mac platform. Updated adaptive performance Samsung Android packages to verified version. Added a diagnostic check to package manager diagnostic start Unity package manager and send a request to its health check endpoint. Added tooltips. Adds new icons and tooltip in the package manager window. Dependency resolution now automatically resolves trivial conflicts. Improved performance of package manager metadata requests sent to the registry. Improved project loading time through caching Unity package manager state on disk. Prevented switching to the all packages mode even selecting UPM asset store package in my asset.
Package manager updated com.adaptive performance and Collider 2D can now produce an unlimited number of contexts, whereas previously they were limited to 6.4 each. Each Collider 2D has now adjusted each features, reduce managed allocation happening inside cloth particle, added edit prefab content scope, new workflow feature of for prefab mode in context. By default, when opening prefab instant prefab mode will now be open in context. To opening isolation, press modifier E Alt while opening. The override drop-down buttons revert all and reply all reverts. Added option for job handler dot complete call stack. Added material invalidate cache. Added option to show stats value on current frame. Hierarchy and timely. Added a parameter to find the objects of type and called include inactive. This will return objects that are also attached to disable camera. Added inline documentation constructor and pay conversion operator on lazy load reference. Added locking around keyless frame uses in the mono debugger. This eliminates some crashes involving memory corruption. Camera is much faster to query. Hash 18 can now hence implemented. Script improve performs a defined constraint helper. This serialization can now serialize fields of generic type my class. It is no longer necessary to derive concrete subclass from generic type in order to serialize. Serialization can now serialize fields of generic types. Example, my class in some field directly. It is no longer necessary to derive a concrete subclass from generic type in order to serialize it. This is good one. Addition of a way to reference a service inside of package. Caching is header pre-processing now recognizes ellipses but no variadic macro support. Compute shader added graphic hit detection offset to the area, added soft masking and masking offset for rect mask 2D. Added the ability to reserve the order of layout group children. It can now appear anywhere in the document as long as it appears before the lang tag that refers to it. UI element added type attribute to object field UXML attributes. They allow you to specify type and associate assemblies. UI elements added support for command handlers to retrieve the window that is being debugged. Added UXML type attribute description. UI element can now appear as a direct child of. Added custom different tool option. Added strip command to YAML merge that can generate a new file only different. Added a search bar to the version control window. A new version control overlay icon optimize is one of state. All video clip importer can edited in preset. All Unity web requests add support for data uploading using get method. Unity web request, the new result property will tell if request is completed successfully or what kind of failure occurred. Download handler class also has a new property error which give descriptive message if a failure occurred while processing received data. Features asset import added analytics tracking asset importer setting. The asset importer has increased the maximum texture import resolution, added support for directory monitoring to speed up refresh, added asset database disallow auto refresh, cache server information in the status bar, added support for importing FLC files, added shader variant, support for texture array, had enable debugging to all project, button C# debugger attached, dialog made text more descriptive, add focus inspect. Added version argument to command line. Added a button in the grid setting to snap settings window. Added collapsible version. Added a progress bar asynchronous background. Added a support for one finger scroll. Wow. Added HDPR apply. Introduced preview scene. I made apply USS and from USS public. Support to switch between debug and release code optimization without restricting the Unity editor. Unity editor environment compiling release. Add an experimental backing. Add Russian roulette for CPU light mapper. Add setter in UI to select at which bounds the Russian roulette starts. Add ability to read attribution in spawn graph. Require a new package. Add HDR display support for Vulkan on Windows. Add support for virtual texturing to the editor player. Added GPU conservative rasterization state support in shader. Added HD
our output setting script interface to retrieve information. Added support for ray tracing. Added support for skinned mesh rendering ray tracing. Added texture mapping striping as player setting, which removes MIPs that will not be used due to quality settings from texture to do at build time. Allow selection of number of swap chains. Get pixel data API was added to texture 2D. Improve time management, add new modes and enable times through graph. Add a HDR display support for Mac OS. The input system has moved out of preview. What is it? So whoever added this, you forgot to embed this link here, like other videos. Hmm, nice. We're gonna try this for sure. Added API to programmably control Xcode frame capture. Added sparse texture support. Added native array. Added support for IL2 CPP. Switch dockable windows to native OS. Added advanced setting to package manager. Added preview packages. Added new preview packages project setting for package manager. Added support for Git packages to be located in a repository. Added UX support for UPM packages. Introduced two new environment variables to override users. Package may move the reset package option to the bottom of the advanced menu in the package manager. The package manager window now displays packages reverse dependency. Package manager windows now support sorting and filtering. The selection experience in the package manager window now matches other editor windows. Updated the loop of the package manager window to highlight preview package uses. Ability to save and restore particle system state data, making it possible to save snapshot of entire particle system at runtime. Lifetime by emitter speed volume by controlling how long lived particles are based on the speed of the emitter at the time of they were emitted. This is instance useful for moving fire. Nice. New transform stretching mode when particle don't look squashed when viewed heads on, where particle rotation independent from stretching direction. Physics added a new component articulation body that create articulation. An artificial set of bodies, some of which have their relative motion constraint. All bodies are organized in logical tree where parent-child relation express the constant motion. Unlike regular rigid bodies with joint articulation are solved with the different solver Featherstone in reduced coordination, which guarantees there will never be any stretch of block degrees of freedom. Typical examples of articulation include robotic arms, ragdolls. Player pulling Unity player logs after test runs as they are useful and custom sampler recorder API has been extended to GPU. The flow of job execution can now be visualized in the CPU profilers. The service window is refactored to remove the uses of CEF. Uses UI elements for UI. Shaders added keyword-based variant management for compute shaders. New shader preprocessor. Faster shader compilation accurate include dependency tracking. Pragma directives can now be inside preprocessor condition blocks. Only when those conditions do not depend on keyword originated from Pragma. Support Pragma once and Pragma warning directories follows the C standard more closely. New shader preprocessor default disabled by default. New processor is not used for computer ray tracing shaders. Inline curve properties can be removed. The resize handle for inline curves has been moved to the track header area. Tracks can be individually resized, added in new help box element. Okay, cool. U elements added a new help box element. U elements added the ability to use touch in scroll view for runtime UI. Touch in scroll view at runtime UI.
Click events are emitted when pointers goes down or up in the link. And version control had ability to set version control editor. Updated WebGL loader and improves build loading and support build specific stripping of the loader code. Cool. Back to the top. Now let's move to the 2020.1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, 1.9, 1.10, 1.11, 1.0. That means 1.10 alpha. Cool. 1.1 release notes fixes API changes. XR added expose new field to system info so that SRP and scene view snapping in made faster on large scenes. It's easier to snap. Cool. 1.2 dark theme editor preference now available to all users. Backend manager make the error message clearer when you backend manager program missing changes. Mobile adaptive performance automatic performance control does not lower CPU lower than 1 on game SDK. Automatic performance mode. Automatic performance mode increase GPU active time ratio. Change documentation to clear that changing CPU level is risky and automatic performance mode should be used instead. Exchange game SDK wrapper updated removing SDK. Upgraded subsite editor. Also added a pop-up alert for when scope registries are added to their project from outside that scope registry management UI. The scope registry management UI automatically open when the pop-up shows. Added UI for users to manage their scope registry from inside the editor. Also added a pop-up alert for when scope registries are added to their project from outside that scope registry management UI. Updated polybrush to 1.0.2 and added support for returning enterprise and management client search on method. These packages will now show in the assets that are currently discarded no longer discards. Not only embedded bump database to one removed breaking interface change to UI user profile. Packing updated to Pro Builder. Change AMD board names showing the lightning window to GPU device drop-down instant. Upgraded CNA machine. Load icon changed to more clearly read as load. Added public accessor for the legacy game center player ID this to give name games an easier pathway to migrate from new IDs. Updated verified packages Air Foundation. Updated 2D template to use current verified version of 2D packages. 1.8. 1.9 fixes and changes. Multiplayer bump, multiplayer updated Oculus anyway added a new parameter to match the target function to auto matching completion in case of interruption. Improvements improved the warning detection clashes. Added two new elements. Improved the allow video player to use blob URLs on WebGL. Okay, Android added Android API level 32 Android SDK version in M. Build pipeline added API filters to subset. 1.1 improvements in example management and 1 point alpha. This is the known issue. It's alpha. Cool. So I think that's it from the, yeah, so we'll go through alpha once it's actually live. So yeah, that's it from the release notes of 20. Okay, so this is 2021 alpha. So we are still in the 2020. So we won't go to into the alpha. So yeah, finally we ended Unity release notes from 2017, 2018 to 2020. So we went through 2017, 2018, 2019 and Unity 2020 all releases release notes. First time in history of Unity we a YouTube video which read all of the release notes of Unity. So if you like this video, do subscribe to my channel and in the upcoming video I will share with you my findings, the best findings. So yeah, see you in the next video. Bye bye.